Hello and good morning, everybody. Welcome to One World Sports Radio's coverage of the second test between Australia and South Africa from Melbourne in Australia. Thank you so very much for joining us for the post-lunch action from the Melbourne Cricket Ground. The news there is that it's the David Warner show so far today. It looks like he's on 86 of 118 balls. And Australia trails South Africa by 53 with their score on 136 for 2. I would love to introduce you to somebody who's on air with me at the moment, but unfortunately, at the very last minute, some of my friends had to pull out. So fortunately, I will be alone on the air for the foreseeable future. We'll see how long it takes before somebody can join me. But if you would like to send your comments in, please do so on the One World Sports Radio YouTube and Facebook pages. I'd love to hear from you and tell me where you're listening from and who you think is going to win. It looks like South Africa is set to concede another first innings lead to Australia. They need 8 wickets to South Africa, and Australia only need 53 more runs to take the lead after the first innings. Partnership now 61 of 105 between David Warner, as I mentioned, who's there on 86, and then with him the ex-captain Stephen Smith on 23 or 54. So the only wicket to fall this morning before lunch was Marnus Labuschagne for 14 of 35, and he was run out by Keshav Maharaj. Steve Smith is going to be facing Anrich Nortje, it looks like. I'll tell you from which end, if I may. Anrich Nortje has bowled 6 overs for 28 runs and no wickets yet. All 5 bowlers used so far. Rabada 1 for 42 of 10. Ngidi Noort for 19 of 8. Jansen Noort for 25 of 9. Nortje, as I said, Noort for 28 of 6, and Maharaj Noort for 11 of 3. Nortje runs in now, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed David Warner, and nice line on off stump by Nortje. Defended back down the pitch, no run. So things are looking great here for Australia. If they win this test match, that will give them the series as well. Second session here of day 2, and they've already won 3 of the 4 sessions that have been played in this match so far. It does look like we'll have a longer test match this time. This is on leg stump, worked around the corner by Steve Smith for a easy single. He goes on to 87, and it's the first runs of post-lunch session. So it will be interesting to see who's going to open the bowling with Anrich Nortje. Here we go. It's Anis. Yay, Anis. I'm so happy to see you.
Sorry about that. The computer rebooted.
No worries. And Paul realized that his power was going to be cut, so he's not able to join us. Yeah, and we were so in Shangri-La with the cessation of the rolling blackouts as Nortje continues to Steve Smith, and it's outside off stump, no run. This is the 37th over of Australia's innings. Let me just correct our overs remaining on our scorecard as well here. And I didn't get a chance to ask you yesterday, Anis, how was your Christmas? All good?
Oh no, it was fantastic. It was great. Kids are happy. Santa Claus delivered.
Is it? That's great news. Logistics all
and
in
you
place.
guys, and you,
It was
how was
great.
yours?
You know, my kids are of uh, agnostic age now, as in
Oh,
terms
okay.
of the bearded man. So we not spoil it for anybody else by accident.
Oh,
But
yeah.
no, they had a great time, and so did we. No, kids are getting older, parents are getting older, so it's changing. The changing of the guard is happening, as they say. So Norkia continues to Smith short, and it's a hook shot by Smith, but he misses it completely. So does Verreynne. It's 4 runs, 4 byes. I think no, Steve Smith got some bat on that, says the umpire. It's not signaling
Oh,
byes, and it has been added to Steve Smith's total. So that is a half a chance. He's already been dropped by Verreynne, apparently, before lunch. Just watched a little bit of the highlights. He was almost burgled down leg side off the bowling of Marco Jansen, sending one off the gloves to Verreynne. And that was a very thin top edge there for Steve Smith. That could have been the end of him.
South Africa is going to toil today, it seems. Just shows how this pitch has flattened out since that first
Yeah.
session.
Nortje to Smith, who just defends this one into the offside for a single. Score is 142 for 2 after 37 overs. No, it's going to be tough work. It's very hot there in Melbourne. Um, as I mentioned yesterday, forecast is set for 35, 40-degree temperatures.
Mm.
And Ravi Nair says, don't talk to me about older, by the way. South Africa is doomed. Yes,
Yes,
we're
yes.
very aware of that. we get used to it. Let's see who's going to open the bowling here with Andrich Nortje. It looks like Marco Jansen is, well, Ngidi is the most economical. Jansen is right there with him, but it's going to be Keshav Maharaj to give the pace attack some respite. He has bowled 3 overs and conceded 17 runs at a rate of 5.6. And immediately Smith dances down the wicket to him,
Boats.
smashes him over deep mid wicket
Round
for
and
4.
round. Mm.
And that's going to hurt at 6 runs, in fact.
6 more, yeah.
32 now for Smith. Yeah, 148 for 2. And
Giving
they definitely, yeah, they would want to see Maharaj out of the attack as soon as possible.
giving him the same treatment that the South Africans gave Nathan Lyon yesterday.
Yeah, this time Smith goes back onto his stumps and defends back down the pitch, no run. Maharaj left arm round the wicket to the right-hander. Better length and line there. Smith once again just defends. Yeah, first ball of the over, dances down, whacks him out the
Smash.
ground, and that sets up the rest of the over. Comes forward once again, does Steve Smith. This time he just defends into the offside, into extra covers. Maharaj, I think, saw him coming there.
Yeah.
And this
I
is
think,
going to be a big headache for Algar, because if Maharaj doesn't contribute with the ball and cannot be used with the bat, then you're playing with 10 men against 11.
yeah. Yeah, but then again, it's going to be going to be the headache for the next test. Now they put a man back, but it's a little too late. Oh,
Yeah, the horse is bolted along off his back,
yeah.
and they've got a slip and a silly point, I would say, or maybe a silly cover, more like. It's just in front of square on the offside. So Warner
Wait.
will continue on 87. That's the end of the over for Maharaj. Just the 6 runs off it.
But now,
And we
here's
see
the
Steve
tactic
Smith.
now. They're going to go for that boundary and over. It'll be the
Yes.
first ball or the last ball that they're going to attack.
Yeah.
Remember
That's
from
it.
from the previous test, boundary and over.
Yep.
Just to assert their dominance.
Yes, and that sets up the rest of the over, puts the pressure straight back onto the fielding captain and the bowler. That, by the way, was an 84-meter six at the height, the zenith at 18 meters. That's interesting to see that. It's about 6 stories into the air, maybe 5. Yes, well out of most cricket grounds. Nortje around the wicket to the left-handed Warner, and it cuts him in half. He tries the cut shot, but he's beaten all ends up through to the keeper for no run. 148 for 2 is the score.
It was 152.6 k's an hour.
That's it. That's nice to see. Straight up seam delivery and just missing the off stump of David Warner as it just whizzed past him before he could get his bat down on it. And he knows that was quick.
Oh, he's cranked it up now. Oh, he's cranking it up now.
Average of 147.5. That was his fastest delivery, probably of the test match. Nortje around the wicket again. This one is just defended down into the ground with a flat bat by David Warner, and there's no run.
I think
start of the 39th over, and Australia now trail by 41.
Dean Elgar gave him the message to go out and bowl fast.
Yes. So Ravi Nair asks a very interesting question. What can SA do about its batting woes? And please don't just suggest your favourite batters from SA's internal cricket. What systematically needs to change? Warner facing Nortje around the wicket. This one is short on leg stump. Warner tries to play the hook shot as he goes down on one knee, but it goes through to the keeper for no run. And so Australia trail by 41 runs. 3 balls to go in the 39th over. Third over after lunch on day 2. 148 for 2.
Who's the batting consultant?
Well, that's the first problem. I don't think we have one at the moment. But
there you go, problem
solved. I think right arm round to David Warner once again. No run. Just defended to the offside. About extra cover. I think the biggest thing that comes to mind right now for me systematically, and it's a problem that other countries have to deal with as well, is the gap between our domestic cricket, our 4-day cricket, and the test level. And, of course, the fact that our teams only play 7. That's it. Only 7 4-day matches in a season. Not here to Warner. He cuts this one to point, and they take a single.
That was 153 k's an hour.
Oh,
again.
Beautiful.
So it was 153, 150, 151, and 153. Slowest ball this over was 149. He's really ramping it up.
Sure.
Yeah, I think there needs to be more first class cricket. I also think we need to figure out a way that there is a gap, a bridging spot between first
and I think we've talked about this before. That's your A-side tour. So those are the two major things I would say, is that the 7 games a season needs to be upped somehow, and it all comes back to finances once again. Tim and Mpo have talked about this on their podcast as well. And then the second one, I would say, the A tours. And that also costs a lot of money. So there you go.
I'd also like to see, if you're not going to have A tours, if you're not going to extend the first class season, I'd like to see a 3-match series between of this ball.
Maharaj now left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Warner, who defends this to short square leg for no run. Warner is on 88, Smith on 32. The score is 149 for 2. Start of 40th over in Australia's innings. Maharaj in again on off stump, just defended by Warner. No run.
I'll do it after this over because Maharaj is really
Yeah,
quick.
no, Maharaj's bowling spin is always difficult to get a word in. Middle and leg this time for Warner, who gets a run to backward square leg. And this 150 is up for Australia in 39.3 overs. And the run rate achieved by Australia so far is 3.73. They're batting a lot quicker than South Africa managed. At least 35% better run rate after 40.1 overs. 150 for 2 for Australia. Steve Smith now on strike to Maharaj. The first delivery to him was a dot ball. And let's see if he's going to attack these last two. He just comes forward forward defensive to a silly point. Or is that a silly mid-on and a slip? I don't know.
Silly point.
Silly point. Okay. And then
good over
defensive
for
shot back down the wicket by Smith. No run. Much better. Just the one. Sure. That's a lot better.
Like I was saying, sorry. And if you're not going to extend the season and you're not going to add more 18 tours, I'd like a 3-match 5-day series between North and South, or something like that. But only players that haven't been selected for.
That's an interesting idea. Yeah.
So strength versus, so that's literally strength versus strength. Two teams, your 22 best players in the country not playing for the Proteas at the moment, and full 5 days. Oh.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. And this Nortje delivery almost sneaks through as Warner struggles to keep it out, and it just bobbles around his pads and his bat, but not his wickets, unfortunately. And there's no run. Nice and full length, forcing the shot. Yeah.
You have it at the Wanderers, Newlands and Bloom. So
yeah, that actually sounds like a great idea. I hope somebody's listening that can make that happen. And credit you with the idea and so on. Make you the director of the tournament and stuff like that. Nortje around the wicket to the left hand, a cut by Warner, straight to point, and just a single. It's been tough going for Australia. They are managing to score at a decent rate.
Yeah.
But it looks to me like it's just the odd bad delivery or the odd sloppy over that gets punished. Because if you look at Andrich Nortje is going at 4.6, but he's looking menacing. He's bowling his 9th over, and Gidi and Jansen have managed to keep things very, very quiet. Maharaj, after that over, his run rate looks a lot better, 3.6. So it's not all smooth sailing here for Australia. It's not that easy to bat on this pitch. This one strays down leg side by Nortje, no run. Smith facing right-hander.
He's bowling. He's not bowling as quick coming over the wicket. It's interesting. I wonder if his action makes it easier to bowl faster when coming around the wicket, or he just doesn't want to give Steve Smith pace to work with, because that previous delivery was only 145. But we say only like we're just expecting it to be 160.
Nortje over the wicket, defended off the hips of Smith, and Verreynne has to collect at fine leg. They take single.
152.
Warner is going to face Nortje now. He's into the 90s. He's on 90 off 130 balls. So he's been cruising. It's the other batters that have struggled. I mean, Marnus Labuschagne was there for 35 deliveries and scored 14. So the strike rates for Australia at Warner is 68.7, 9 for Usman Khawaja, 40 and 47 for Labuschagne and Smith. So if it weren't for David Warner, they would have been in a world of trouble.
But that's the beauty.
South Africa need Warner's wicket.
Yeah.
Oof.
But that's the beauty of the Australian. Oh, fantastic! Oh, sorry, fantastic.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that was
and Nortje goes down onto his haunches. He can't believe his rotten luck there. Was that the final ball of the 40th? Of the 41st? No, sorry, I'm just clicking onto the lives button here, and it's 154 for 2 here on my screen. 42nd over just started. Am I with you now?
No, yeah. I've got one more left.
One ball left.
No.
Okay.
Okay, let me click on live as well because I delayed it a bit for you. Okay, right, 150 for 2, 41.2 overs. Keshav Maharaj about to bowl the third delivery.
Okay, here we go. So Maharaj round the wicket, left armour to Smith, defended past that silly point, no run. 154 for 2, as you said. Australia now only trail by 35 runs. Smith on 33. Good start to the over so far by Maharaj. Another defensive shot down the wicket, back to the bowler. 2 balls to go. Only 1 run conceded so far. This is going to be a very nice situation for Algar if he can rely on Maharaj to keep things quiet. And that one out to Silly Point, just past Silly Point, no run. Fielded by Silly Point.
He's going to go for it with this last ball.
He's got to. He's got to, because this is working out really well for the South African captain. Things can stay like this.
Oh!
Defensive shot by Smith, almost catching an outside edge there. And that's the end of the 42nd over.
One from it.
Warner to face Nortje once again. And Nortje has got some... To Nortje.
Yeah, how many overs do you think they're going to give him now with this heat bucketing down?
I think that will depend mostly on Nortje, and if he starts to become expensive, maybe then take him off. I would say, if I were Algar, I would tell him, just tell me when you feel the speed dropping.
Yeah.
When you feel the energy levels dropping, just give me a nod and I'll replace you. In the meantime, just work over this Aussie guy and keep him from getting to 100, as he did that time. 150.9 k's an hour straight to Temba Bavuma at point.
Short of a length outside off. Is he going to try to set him up, or just go for the Yorker again? That was such a cool. Nearly got through him. And we're looking at his pitch
maybe
map
this
now.
Is where...
Yeah, set him up, short of a length, and then that surprise Yorker was fantastic delivery.
Yes.
Amazingly well
done. I mean,
out.
that was obviously a plan, and Nortje was so disappointed when it didn't work in the previous over. Fuller outside off stump, and just defended back down, pitch to the offside, no run there. But I think if I were Algar, I would also rely on my other senior bowlers, on Rabada, maybe Maharaj, to tell me, listen, when you see Anrich starting to fade, give me the sign, and I'll replace him. Because he might be the type of guy that would bowl until his knees are stumps, and his ankles are gone and everything else. So Yeah, maybe another 2 or 3 overs. It depends on
Oh,
what happens. Nice short ball, but Verreynne can't reach it, and Warner ducked underneath it. It went way over Verreyne's head. 158 for two now, and that's four
this is
wides or four
this is
buys.
a common
Are
thing
those
with
wides or buys? Hmm.
it's going to be biased.
Yeah, no, that wasn't wide. It was a good
Oof.
short delivery, but it just lifted too much over the head of Verreynne, and
I would if
that
I
might
was
have been wide. Might have been wide. Not
no,
so sure.
they've given it as bias though.
Okay, all right.
If I'm Cal Verena, I and I know it might be giving 155 k's an hour. Oh, Jesus.
And that's it.
Um,
Defended to mid wicket for no run. Hmm.
I'd want like a signal or something from Andrich Nokia just once. It doesn't have to be all the time. Just letting me know that you're going to bowl that bouncer so I don't give away 4 buys when it goes over my head. Maybe take a couple of steps back. Go retreat a
I would
couple of steps.
I would rather say I would rather have four buys than drop one short.
Mm.
Than a catch dropping short.
Yeah.
You know,
You run
um,
that risk though. Yeah.
yeah, because you'd rather get. I'd rather have. I'd rather concede 12 or 16 runs and then get a wicket.
True.
On leg stump and defended by David Warner, 154.6. Geez, if that hits any part of your body, you're going to know about it. He takes a single, does Warner, 159 for two, one ball to go to Steve Smith from Anrich Nortje.
I want to see Andrew Nokia do what Mitchell Johnson did to us all those years ago. Just bully the South African batters.
Mm.
And then every now and then pull off some amazing bit of athleticism to get a wicket. But but yeah, I just want to see just like hit batsmen on the head, in the chest, on the arm, make it really uncomfortable.
He's
Oh,
got the speed to do it, and he is right
definitely.
up there today. 151,
154.
150, 152, 155, 155. That's the over so far. The final ball, he abandons the delivery in his gather. Does Anrich Nortje, and he's going to try again.
And I think they're wrong about the
Something,
second ball. The second one
something.
was a slow one. It was definitely a lot more loopy than the rest of it. And I think it was 141, not 150. It was around about 140, not 150. And that's his slower ball, 140 k's an hour.
Yep. Okay, he's going to try again to bowl to Steve Smith. Two slip in, and this bouncer goes over leg stump to Verreynne. End of the over. 43 overs gone. 159 for two. Australia trail by 30 runs. Nortje's bowled
Five.
10 overs for 39. So he is coming back. He's pinning back his run rate. Conceded. If it weren't for those four buys, his figures would have looked a lot better at this point
Oh,
in time. Warner has got a problem with his left hand, with his left finger, middle finger, it looks like, that they're having a look at. Not sure how that happened
okay.
because I didn't see him get struck. Maybe it's an existing injury. He's getting some medication as well. So there's a bit of a
Could be
break in
the,
play.
well, it could be the shock
Um,
of facing a ball that's hitting 155. Back just sending
let's
a
see a
shockwave
replay here.
reverberating up his head. Oh, did he get hit on the head? Oh, yeah.
He did get hit on the left hand. That ball that he scored the single off, just trapping his left hand.
Mm.
Let's see it's his left index finger that got trapped in between bat and ball, and it's one of those nasty ones where the cushioning just gives way because the ball sort of strikes your finger from an angle, so it doesn't get the cushions; it just goes for the finger. And
And
he
it
immediately
appears.
removed his glove. We didn't pick that up during when it happened. but he's now got some strapping on his finger.
And look
We'll
here,
see.
looking at him like a shark, looking at a victim. There's blood in the water. Oh, weakness.
Mm-hmm. So we can see that
35.
Nortje and Gidi is being compared to each other here for some reason. Yeah, the current temperature 35, the maximum for the day predicted is 37. And now the chat is going on as Warner will be facing Maharaj, bowling his 6th over. No, his 7th. Not sure. We'll double check that for you in a moment. Yeah, so Keshav Maharaj is bowling 7th over, and Warner sweeps him down to backward square leg where Marco Jansen fields, and they come back for 2, do they? Should be.
Yep.
Should be back for 2, yeah. Warner moves on to 95, 161 for 2. Australia trail by 28.
David Warner looking a lot more comfortable facing.
Yes, he must be very happy to have taken that single, even though he injured his hand in the process, injured his finger in the process. He's now facing Maharaj. That was a dot ball, defended back to the bowler, no run. This is very important that South Africa keep this up with Maharaj only conceding 1s and 2s per over. Defended to the offside by Warner, no run.
I'd want to get a silly point in there as well, another close catcher. So you have the slip, close catcher on either side of the wicket.
Ooh, that would be nice. If we had another 100, 120 runs on the board, we could have done that.
It's true.
But I think Algar would rather protect Maharaj. And this one is defended to the onside of the wicket, fielded by Maharaj, no run. That would have been so nice to have some extra runs to bowl with. Yeah, it's beating mid-wicket catching by Warner as he works this off his feet down to long on. They take a single, and Warner goes to 96, 1 ball remaining in the 44th over, 162 for 2. Australia trail by 27. Yeah.
Have that extra catch in there. Start talking about NFTs.
The slip is there. The short square leg is there, and Smith just defends this one into the covers for no run. I think that went into the covers. 44 overs gone. Now let's see if Nortje gets another run here. Another over. He's already bowled 10 in the innings so far. And with the faster bowlers coming up, we can talk a bit about Ravi's comment here, because this is one of my biggest bugbears in South African sport in general, is that we have a very poorly supported club system in most of our sports, including football. Soccer.
Except for the three major teams.
Yes, the fact that it's difficult for people to get to facilities where they can actually play sport. There's a lot of volunteers trying to keep things afloat, but very little support for them. Rabada has replaced Nortje, his right arm around the wicket, to Warner, who works this one off his leg stump. And that is his 100 at the MCG.
In his 100th test.
100 in his 100th. Well done, David Warner. We'll give him a PGA clap there. Very well done. And a very critical innings for Australia and relief. Apparently he's been under pressure to score runs. So it's a relief for him.
And especially against South Africa.
Yeah, and you can see the relief on his face. He's not really overly celebrating. He just looks a little bit calmer now.
Yeah.
Ominous signs for South Africa.
Oh, it's good. Back.
So I think Ravi has hit the nail on the head here. He said, I wonder if you rely too much upon a few schools to feed your first class system and don't have enough clubs that youngsters, particularly in townships, can join. Yes,
Yeah, yeah, it's a huge problem.
we've got a lot of interest in cricket. We've got a lot of, as I said, a lot of volunteers, people running, development
Clinics.
centers and trying to identify talent, but they're not well supported at all, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Rabada round the wicket onto leg stump and flicked away down to fine leg for a single. I mean,
But
as we
also,
know, it's quite difficult to get any kind of voluntary organization going.
yeah,
Um, you know, in and you constantly, everything is a problem. Transport is a problem. Resources is a problem. Space is a problem. Safety is a problem. Health of the youngsters, of young women and men in our country is a huge issue. And if you break your hand playing cricket and
yeah,
you've got to go to a public hospital, that's not nice. I mean, that's a real thing. Smith now to Rabada, a little bit of shape there for Rabada, left alone outside off stump, and there's no run. So that's definitely something that can be worked on, but that's going to take a huge effort by a few of our government departments, to work
yeah,
together to get things moving in the right direction. And there's a lot of other problems that we need to fix before
yeah.
that will
Because
be on the top of the list.
if we can't uh, keep the power on, our
Mm.
government can't keep the power on, then I guarantee you that leveling up. Oh, that's a poor turn of phrase if you're from
Yeah,
the UK.
good delivery by Rabada and defended by Smith back down the pitch, no run. Smith there on
Leveling up
33 of
township
79.
facilities. Yeah, leveling up township facilities and schools and stuff like that is the least of the government's worries if they can't keep electricity running. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, we know from the court cases and the evidence that we've seen that primary education is not a priority at all.
yeah,
Health and safety is not a priority at all. We have to take our government to court to deliver school books and to build facilities in schools, not sporting facilities, ablution facilities. Um, Smith defends this one to the onside, no run. 167 for two is the score. 45 overs gone.
but
But
the
yeah,
solution
so
though, but the stopgap solution for that is, as Ravi said, we have a few select schools. So they spot talent in a township and then just pluck the kids out there and then give them scholarships and they
that's what's
remove that
happening
talent.
at the moment. Yeah, that's what's happening at the
With
moment.
not just with cricket, with rugby as well. Um,
Yes, and soccer. I mean,
and
how
soccer,
many
yeah,
how yeah how many primary school leagues are there for soccer? How many primary schools in South Africa don't even have a soccer field, and that's our
correct,
most popular sport. So,
correct.
if your school doesn't have a soccer field, you definitely don't have cricket nets, and you definitely don't have a cricket pitch. So, I think cricket um, can sort of maybe be there
Ultimately,
once the basics are in place.
yeah.
Yeah,
Obviously, cricket's the most expensive and the most difficult to get into.
yeah, that is true. I think especially um, at the high school level and the
Yeah.
club level. So Maharaj continues to Warner, who scores a
Oh,
four right off the bat, off the first
now
delivery,
David
striding
Warner.
down the wicket and deep mid wicket, gets some exercise there. The security guard needs to walk around to pick up that ball. 105 now for Warner, 171 for two. Partnership is 96. Maharaj left arm over the wicket to the left hander. Warner works this to backward square leg for a single.
David Warner's going to open taps now, and that is
Yes.
ominous signs for South Africa.
Yeah. Sadiq Sumro says, and good morning to you, Sadiq. Don't know where you are in the world, but good morning to you. Maharaj to Smith walks down the wicket as well, but just defends this to catching mid-wicket. No run. If you remember, I told you yesterday, Warner 100 loading. Yes, you were right. Unfortunately, you were right. Thanks for that. Maharaj now, again, left arm around the wicket now. No run there. Just defended by Smith. 2 balls to go in the 46th over. 172 for 2.
So off.
It's a sort of a risky drive there by Smith to cover for no run. Well, this is interesting. I've got some figures up here with the ball speed coming onto the bat 68 k's an hour and leaving the bat at 70 k's an hour. That was the 4 that was struck by Warner off the first delivery. This one defended by Smith, no run. 46 overs gone, 172 for 2, and the Australians trail by 17 runs.
Yeah.
And Sadiq Sumro says, morning Otto from Pakistan.
Hey! Salam,
big Proteas fan. Salam alaikum. Thank you very much for joining us. That, of course, was greeting in Arabic. That's as close as we come to Urdu, Sadiq. Sorry about that. Do you know what the Urdu word is for good morning or hello or the equivalent?
I don't.
I've got no idea. Sorry. Rabada continues. Bowling is 12th over. 1 for 47. His figures so far. And David Warner, 106 off 147 deliveries. 17 runs for Australia to get before they start piling on the pain. Rabada around the wicket to the left-hander on leg stump. Flicked off his pads. Beats mid-on. Mid-on is running back to try and haul this in and gets to it. They're going to probably run 3 there. Yes, Warner is now joined Rabada at the non-strikers end. Australia trail by 14. 109 for Warner, 175 for 2.
David Warner's 100 matches just crossed 8,000 runs. He's got 8,031 runs at an average of 46. Oh, South Africa would kill for that experience.
2 slips. Gully and Smith defends this one off his body to mid-on for a single. He moves on to 34, and Warner is scoring at a good rate, good strike rate, 73.6 strike rate right now in this innings so far. 109 off 148 deliveries, and is the difference between the two sides so far. It just proves the point, just accentuates that problem that we have at the top of our batting order.
Yeah.
The fact that he's able to do this. And I mean, it hasn't been easy for him. It hasn't been plain sailing. He's faced some decent balls, but he's managed to just hang in there. Rabada dot ball to Warner, defends this one to the offside, no run.
Australia now has the luxury that South Africa had during that golden era in the 2010s and early noughties and up to like 2015, where there's someone in the batting lineup who steps up every single time. Like you had a between Smith, Callis, Amla, AB at the time, and then to a lesser extent, more recently, Quinton de Kock. You'd have someone
down the leg side, no run. Yes, there always seemed to be somebody.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean that's the consistency as a unit that they're talking about. Rabada around the wicket to the left-hander, defends this one back to the bowler, no run.
And
1 ball to go in the 47th, 176 for 2.
you look at this Aussie batting lineup. You have guys that David Warner before this game was said to be out of form. You have
Hmm.
Usman Khawaja, who's the second highest run scorer in 2022, and playing 5 less games than the highest run scorer, and he's not the second highest run scorer by much. Uh,
Final
Coming
ball
in, just doing a job.
defended by Warner, no run.
Yeah, just
He's
just
signaling.
coming in, doing a thing, not getting all the credit and getting as lauded as, say, Labuschagne, as a Steve Smith, as a David Warner. David Warner is going to be making headlines for the next couple of days. Usman Khawaja comes in and he does brilliantly, but
Scores more runs, more consistent. Yeah.
just quietly does it. So someone's always stepping up
Does his job.
consistently.
Yeah.
Not
Mm.
Yeah, but now
Yeah, I
because
mean
there's such a
it's a great
microscope.
it's an excellent batting lineup, decent bowling attack, and then what about this one? Hunain Dahar says Gibbs in recent tweets did warn everybody about our bowling attack. He said there haven't been bowling in batting conditions, so don't say
Yeah,
they're the best. And that's a good point because this is what we are watching unfolding at the moment. There's a 101 run partnership now between Smith and Warner. 47 overs gone, and there's a bit of a break in play here. Maharaj set to continue. Bowling is ninth. So that's a good point. And this is where you really see what the bowlers are made of.
yeah.
But still, 189 at any ground,
It's
maybe
not going to be
except
enough.
on that green mamba that they gave us at the Gabba, will be a problem for the bowlers to work with.
Yeah.
Smith facing Maharaj drives this one out to mid off for single. Now
Just
Australia
cannot.
trail by 12 runs. Smith on 35, 177 for 2.
Dean Algo ruining, not being able to survive that first session. Things have flattened out so much, it seems,
Mm-hmm.
uh, that it looks like it's become a typical Aussie road. This is where they take advantage now. So they're probably going to want to bat only once, and then have South Africa bat 3 days. Um, yeah, maybe even have to bet 2 days to save the test. So I think the Aussies are going to try to secure the test first.
No, most definitely. If you have a chance to bat once, you take it. Warner sends this one into extra cover, and they're going to come back for 2.
Two, yeah.
Yeah.
Warner
So
on his
Warner
own.
moves on to 111 off 153 balls, facing Maharaj now. 179 for
Oh,
2. Third ball of the 48th over about to be bowled.
again, it doesn't. There are no
Round the
catches
wicket
in
this
now for
time
David
to the
Warner.
left-handed Warner. Just the slip in now for Maharaj as he goes left arm round to the left-hander. No run there.
So they just pushed everyone back for David Warner. Really defensive field from Dean Alga.
This one defended back to the bowler. No run. Yeah, he's got no choice. He really has no choice at the moment, Algar, as Maharaj goes onto the leg stump of Warner, sweeps this to back to fine leg close to the bat. No run. Fine leg inside where the 30-yard circle would be, 30-meter circle. One ball to go in the 48th.
Also can't
Maharaj,
just
left arm
allow
round.
Australia to go at 4 runs and over,
Middle and leg
even with
line.
that defense.
Works it to square leg. Single taken off the final delivery. Warner will retain the strike. He moves on to 112. And it's 180 for 2 now, Australia, after 48 overs.
And I think that's a
Now,
drink break.
Australia's run rate,
Oh, yeah.
3.75. And there's about 54 overs remaining in the day.
Very interesting. Still 3 slips for KG. Rabada, even though the ball is not swinging that much and he's not allowing getting David Warner to drive, so he's not bringing the slips into play. So that's also something interesting to note.
Yes. I mean, if you're Maharaj, you've got that slip, are you going to go for the edge? Rabada continues round the wicket to David Warner. Pull shot outside off stump, short, and square leg picks it up. Backward square leg. They take a easy single, I think. Just a single.
Because they just took the 181 for 2. If you Maharaj and you loop it up, they're just going to come down the track and smash you back over your head. So, unless you got a long off, long on, pitching it up isn't an option.
Yes. And then, if you're working with your fielders on the boundary, there's lots of space for 2s and 3s. So that one is left alone by Smith through to the keeper, no run. And Rabada is bowling. That was the second ball of his 13th over, the 49th over. And then Sadiq Sumaru says, Urdu word for morning is Subabakar. I've heard that before. So, Subabakar. Thank you, Sadiq. I hope that's not some Urdu swear word that he just made me say. Rabada over the wicket to Smith. Tries to play a weird sort of drive with his unorthodox way, Steve Smith, but it just goes down into the ground to point for no run. And then he says if they do go with 7-4, which is very unlikely with Dean in charge, it looks like Lungi will give way. It just doesn't look like the test quality. The series may be seaming conditions bowler. Rabada to Smith, no run, defended on off stump, better line by Rabada. Yeah, it'll either be Nortje or Lungi and Giri that will make way for a 7th batter. But I'm not convinced that a 7th batter, it might be a short-term fix, might work here and there. 2 slips in the gully in for Rabada, backward point goes to Steve Smith, great shape and line there, little bit of movement through the air for Rabada, picked up at mid-on, and they take a single.
Really?
No, they did not take. No, yes, they did take a single. Okay, so Warner will be on strike. 1 ball to go in the 49th over.
Really working on that ball really hard. Maybe with the pitch being this flat, it's a bit more. A bit more abrasive. So they might get something out of this. And
into Warner, cuts this one to point, and there's a misfield that allows the single. 49 overs gone, 183 for 2.
6
Warner retains the strike.
Drift. Australia, then I think the pain's going to start. The pain's already started, but I think the real pain's going to start.
Yeah, I mean, Australia can really set things up here for batting only once.
Yeah.
They've reached South Africa's score, as near as makes no difference, with 2 wickets down. So I think if they don't get a first innings lead of at least 150, 200, they'll be very disappointed. So the most runs for Australia in test matches, Warner has now moved past Michael Waugh.
Yeah.
And he's going to go for Mark Waugh, and he's going to go for Steve Smith next. The man who's batting there with him is in front of him on that list. He works this one by Maharaj off his leg stump to backward square leg for his easy single. He goes on to 115, does David Warner, off 160 balls.
They've got the same best score. That's interesting.
Yeah, 239.
Huh.
Interesting. Right, so Maharaj continues to Smith. He's got a slip in and a short square leg. Smith defends this one to extra cover for no run. Smith is on 36 of 92. Score still now 184 for 2. 5 runs behind Australia. Maharaj into Smith, who works this one off his toes as he dances down to meet the ball's pitch. Goes to deep mid-wicket. Will it be hauled in by the fielder running back? Yes. Great work by Nortje. They will run 3 probably. Yep, that is Warner at the striker's end. So 3 runs taken there by Australia. Great work there. So 100 matches for David Warner, 8,037 runs, average of 46.18, best of 239, 25. This is his 25th Test 100. Excellent batter for Australia. And Steve Smith, who's got more runs than him, hasn't played 100 Test matches yet. Warner defends this one back down the pitch for no run. Let's see, and Sadiq goes on. Keshav to Warner, who defends this one. Although most left-arm spinners, Sadiq says, struggle against left-handers, Keshav doesn't even contain against left-handers. That seems to be the case today. He's going at 3.8 runs and over so far, Keshav. He goes now to Warner, left arm round the wicket to the left-hander, only one slip in. End of the 50th over, 187 for 2. So we're 13 away from the 200, the Australians' unlucky number.
Come on
87.
now. I think yes, just he's sort of looking a bit flat now. I think it's the heat. All the seamers looking a bit flat, looking a bit dejected. Maybe they're going on strike. Ooh!
So is that Rabada's first delivery?
Yeah.
Let me just click the live button here. Oh, a nasty one outside leg stump. Was that caught behind by Verreynne? Yes, says the umpire. Smith is out, caught behind by Verreynne. That's a wicket ball by Rabada. Smith is going to refer it. He says, I didn't touch that, ump. And it's a no ball. It's a no ball. So it doesn't matter what Steve Smith did. It's a no ball by Kagiso Rabada. It was on leg stump. It was a bouncer. It must have caught something going through to the keeper. Let's see what happened. This is the top of the left arm of Steve Smith. So that was not out anyway. Sheesh. Okay. Well, it wasn't a missed opportunity. No, that ball went nowhere near the gloves. It missed the bat and hit the arm. And this time, Rabada is full on off stump and driven. Beautiful on drive by Steve Smith. It's hauled in just short of the boundary rope. And they will run 3, most probably. They do indeed. So Smith into the 40s now, 42 of 95. Australia lead now by 2 runs. Yep. Start of the 51st over. That's the first legitimate delivery of the 51st over. We see a replay here. There was a slight spike as the ball moved past the arm or past the bat there. Very slight noise, but I don't think that would have been out. Rabada to Warner into middle and leg, defended, no run.
Oh, I think now he's getting up.
Something happening. Then nothing was growing about this stall. Oh no, he did. It did catch the tip of the back, the back of the bat. As it went through, might have been a caught behind there. Warner driven, driving it to point. They take an easy single. It was full and wide outside off stump, and Warner just leant into that one.
Something's going to happen.
Something touched. Yeah, so that was a wicket. That was a wicket. I think that could have gone. There's a clear spike as the ball passes the back of the bat, of the toe end of the bat, as the pull shot by Steve Smith didn't connect. This time the pull shot does connect. It goes straight to square leg, and they take a single.
Steve Smith well in control of that all the way along the ground, getting some top spin with 2.
Yep, 193 for 2. 2 balls to go in the 51st over. 60 runs up for Kagiso Rabada.
Yeah, I'd love to see that with a bat.
Yes. We'd love to see an opening stand of 60 runs.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got Jenna standing by, and we'll loop her in here at the end of this over. This one is played into the offside, to the onside by David Warner. He moves on to 117. Smith on 43, and Australia 194 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 51st over.
Things looking very ominous for South Africa as Kagiso Rabada comes in for his last ball.
2 slips in and a gully, left alone outside off stump by Steve Smith. And the lead for Australia, 5 runs. I think that will be drinks.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask Jenna to join us. Good morning, Jenna.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Very well, thanks. And you?
Good.
Very nice to see you this morning. Welcome, welcome.
Nice to see you too. Not too nice to see the score.
The commentary is fun, but the cricket sucks.
Bit of frustration. Try to get our minds off of it by blinding you guys. Sorry. Like I was saying to Otto, maybe bringing up like NFTs or something like that while feeling a short leg.
Yeah.
Hi guys. I just want to tell you about this amazing investment opportunity.
Wow.
The blockchain is getting really good.
And I can actually explain blockchain to you if you'd like.
Oh no!
Right. So at the MCG, Australia lead by 5 runs, 8 wickets remaining. And David Warner getting to his 100. He's rollicking along, strike rate of 70. It was the Warner show this morning.
Yeah, I think yesterday there was a comment on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was by Sadiq Sumro, and he said if we don't get David Warner out now, it's going to be a bit of a blast of runs from him, and that's proven to be quite true. So well done, Sadiq.
That is exactly what happened, yeah.
Very emotional 100 from David Warner. Oh, they get camping chairs. They get chairs. 2 bottles of water for David Warner. Might be suffering from some dehydration. Wet towel over him. Oh.
Yeah, they've got the chairs out there for the 2 batters. So they are being well supported. Some cold towels in there. Steve Smith cleaning out the nostrils.
I know they're going to want to sit down, and to give their legs a rest and everything like that. But surely, we'd rather just stand and have the thing. Stay on your feet.
No.
Different muscles activated.
Jenna,
No, rest the legs.
What would you do? Rest the legs as much as possible.
If I had a chair on the field at a drinks break, I'd definitely sit on it. I never have had one. Never have, but if I did, I would.
Just have a feet lie down, just like fine.
Yeah.
No, and you often see the batters just sit down on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just take a load off.
Are you guys gonna? Since it's flashing up on our screens now, are you guys going to any of the games of the SAT20?
I haven't planned anything yet, but I probably will go to a couple of the local ones.
Yeah, I'll have to check when they're playing and where, but I prefer to watch from home. I'll see what the mood is like in the household. Maybe we'll go and check one out. But we'll see. We see a replay here of the Martis Labuschagne run out. So there was a bit of good work from Nortje, who bowled underarm as Labuschagne dove past the crease. The bails were already off. That was good work by Nortje because it was a wayward throw. He was nowhere close to the stumps.
Yeah.
So good teamwork there, just relaying the ball between the two fielders there. Anis, if you want to take a break, you're more than welcome. You did a full session yesterday afternoon, yesterday morning. Yesterday afternoon Australia time. So you're welcome to take a break.
Have some coffee. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Have a good one.
Bye.
And then Sadiq says, to be honest, never wanted this to happen, but if you spread bowling against Warner, he will punish you. He looked up for it. And our bowlers weren't, he said. Maharaj is going to continue after drinks to David Warner, left arm over the wicket. This one is driven by Warner to long on. They take an easy single. Score moves on to 195 for 2. Start of the 52nd over. Australia lead by 6 now. Will you take ball by ball, Jenna?
Yes, I will. I'm a couple seconds behind you. My feed is a little bit slower than yours, but I will.
Okay, no problem. I'll pause until you see Maharaj's second delivery.
Cool, thank you. He's running in now. He's past the umpire, left arm around the wicket to the right hand, Steve Smith. He goes a bit on a wild swing, gets a bit of an outside edge, goes out to Lungi Ngidi, who's fielding at point. Maharaj, hands on knees, thinking that is definitely an opportunity, but the ball just falling short of Ngidi at point. He double steps and takes a massive swing, but just not connecting at all, really. Maharaj in third, ball of the over. Smith with a straighter bat this time, controls it on the ground, plays it out to the fielder who's at long off. Dips it in and they get a single off that one. Smith goes up to 44 of 99 deliveries, and David Warner will be on strike now. Maharaj's 11th over, no wickets for 37 runs. Maharaj left arm over to David Warner, and just short of a length, and it's defended off middle-footed kind of shot out into the offside for no run. Australia leads by 7 runs, the score 196 for 2. We're in the 52nd over. Keshav Maharaj, 2 balls left in the over. David Warner looking really strong on 118, but just defends this one straight back to Keshav Maharaj for no run. Last ball of the over, Maharaj to David Warner, and it's just short of a length on leg stump, and he works this out to square leg. They come through for a single, which will put the Centurion on strike for the next over. 119 is David Warner, batting really well.
Yes, super job here by Warner. Really a thorn in the side of South Africa Really good job by him. For him personally, it's also couldn't come at a better time, as apparently he was struggling for form. I remember somebody talking about that. So he'll be relieved, and you could see that he was celebrating more like a relieved athlete as opposed to a super confident, happy one, you know. But for Australia, that's great news. If he fires, they've got enough other people to back him up and really put on huge scores. Stay with him and get him to a big score and score big themselves. So Smith is already approaching his 50. He's got 6 more runs to go before he gets to his half century. Ngidi now replacing Rabada. So we've had a drop catch off Smith. We've had a drop catch off Smith, and then he was caught behind off a no ball. So he's living a charmed life. Ngidi now has the most economic figures. He's bowled 8 overs for 19 runs. Hasn't had a wicket yet, but very good economy and very accurate so far.
Yeah, he'll definitely be looking to bowl at the batters, force them to make a mistake, be nice and consistent in his line length. Just take it from there.
Yeah, he's going to start his 9th over, and that will be the 53rd over of Australia's innings.
Yeah, just having a little bit of a chat there with Dean Olga. Ready to go now. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed David Warner. This one strays down the leg side, goes through left alone by Warner. I'm not trying to clip that off the legs. Calvarena just picks that up and no run from it.
So let's see. Ngidi has got a sweeper on the leg side or square leg, and then he's got fine leg and third man back for Warner.
Ngidi in. Excellent figures, just trying to work through that here. Make the batter play, it's past the umpire, and that's full outside the off stump and driven hard into the covers, but Temba Bavuma in the cover region puts in a good dive there and manages to get body behind that. No run, but that was a very confident drive there by David Warner. He hit that hard, so Ngidi just missing his length there, over pitching it, too wide, too full. And lucky for his fellow teammate there in the covers, putting in the hard work.
Yeah, that was a really good looking shot. I thought it was 4 as it left the bat. Good to see there was a fielder in the way.
Definitely. 3rd ball of the over. This one a better length, just short of a length, forcing David Warner to jump onto the back foot and defend that out into the offside for no run. 3 dots for the over. 3 balls left. David Warner on 119. He'll be looking to just keep going, keep working on, keep rotating the strike and making sure the bad balls get put to the boundary.
Now that has been the plan, and it's worked a charm for Australia so far. Ngidi stringing some dots together here.
4th ball of the over. Right arm around the wicket, the short and wide and cut hard, but the fielder at it's quite a square third man picks that one up. They go through for a single. Warner goes up to 120, which puts Steve Smith on strike. Score 198 for 2. Ngidi, 2 balls left in the over.
Algar is still giving Ngidi, Rabada and Nortje 2 slips. So, as you said, the third man quite wide. So 2 slips, and is that a 4th slip or a gully? That looks like 4th slip rather. So 3 slips in to Smith facing Ngidi.
Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Steve Smith, but there's a good length just on off stump, and it's defended by Smith just to the mid-on region. Anrich Nokia picks that one up for no run.
I think that's a gully. even so, Elgar is giving the fast bowlers the backup behind the wicket. Ngidi is bowling good lines to that field. You wouldn't be too worried with Warner driving as he did.
No, definitely not. This one full and straight and clips the pads of Steve Smith, but rolls out to a fine leg region. Temba Bavuma picks that up. It's given us leg bars and definitely nowhere near straying a bit down the leg side. 199 for 2. That's the end of the 53rd over. Steve Smith on 44 off 101. David Warner on 120 off 174 balls. That's the end of Lungi Ngidi's 9th over. No wickets for 20 runs. Australia leads by 10.
So I mentioned this earlier, with 8 wickets in hand, they would want to target a lead of at least 200, 250 from this position.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think if Australia has the chance to bat once, they need to do that. As Keshav Maharaj in his 12th over, bowling to Steve Smith. Smith comes down the track and just plays this out too long on. The man there does the work. They go through for a single and puts Warner on strike. Smith on 45, just 5 left for his half century. Looked really calm, really confident at the crease, going at a strike rate of just under 50. Maharaj left arm over the wicket to David Warner. This one comes down the track but bashes into the front pad of Warner. But he did come down the track, so there is half a shot by Keshav Maharaj. But the umpire shakes his head. Australia are 200 up. 200 for 2.
Maybe too much space between the impact and the wickets. Maharaj continues.
This time a similar length, but David Warner opting to go back into his piece for this, plays it into the leg side, but found a wicket region. No run taken, 3 balls left in the over, and David Warner definitely forcing Maharaj to change up his lengths. He goes back again this time and plays it out into the leg side. Bit of a tumble at mid-wicket for Temba Bavuma, but retrieves the ball. They go through for a single, 201 for 2. David Warner 121, 2 balls left in the over. Australia leads by 12.
Maharaj still has at least a slip and a short square leg.
Maharaj to Smith. It's full and straight and defended confidently off the front foot by Smith for no run. Keshav Maharaj is getting a little bit of turn off the wicket, but the batters not allowing him to sort of be in control at all. They're definitely using their feet and making sure they're getting to the pitch of the ball or playing it after it's spun. So not letting him settle as Smith just plays this one out into the offside for no run. That's the end of Maharaj's 12th over. No wickets for 40 runs.
And the current partnership, 126 runs now, for 35.3 overs at a run rate of 3.54. The wicket of Marnus Labuschagne falling in the 19th over this morning at 75 for 2. This is a wonderful partnership for Australia. You can think of some other superlatives to describe it, but I won't say it out loud. Irritating, maybe, frustrating, something like that. Right, where's the wicket going to come from here for South Africa? And Ngidi needs to find that super accuracy that he's so good at, and he has been.
10th over.
Yeah, he's starting his 10th over. He's only conceded 20 runs off the first 9, 2 slips and a gully.
This time bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Warner, and it's on off stump, just a good length as it's defended out into the offside for no run.
Now there's no gully now for Ndidi. He's got a point, 2 slips and point. We'll see who's out on the boundary now.
The previous over he was bowling around the wicket to Warner, but now he's swapped to over, just trying to tighten up that line and make sure, hopefully, that he doesn't give David Warner any width to drive him through the covers as he comes in for the second ball of the over. And it's a full and just outside the off stump. Warner tries to drive that but finds Marco Jansen in the point region. No run. A bit of a mishit there, just threw his hands out at it a little bit. But playing over the ball, so straight into the ground. Just 1 or 2 bounces to that fielder at point.
So the Smith-Warner partnership has happened 32 times, scoring 1,631 runs at an average of 54.38, 500s and 950s. These two have scored together in partnership.
That's quite fixed at all.
That's amazing. That is wonderful. So that would usually be a third wicket or a second wicket partnership. Smith usually batting at 2 or 3. Warner opening, of course. Great stuff here for Australia by these two once again.
Third ball of the over, Ngidi into David Warner. This one down the leg side. Was there a little bit of a hint of bat on that as Calvareno makes a big dive to his right, but doesn't manage to hold on to that? Hands on heads, the South Africans are. Warner standing a little bit confused as if he didn't get anything on that. We're seeing a bit of a replay now. Or definitely a bit of something.
Through the hands of Calvareno. That must have been bat. Oh, almost 5 penalty runs as well. One of the slips managing to catch that ball before it goes into the helmets behind Calvareno. By his reaction, that was a drop catch. Third one now. Third wicket opportunity in this partnership, at least, that I've seen. We're having a look now. Oh, no, that was off the thigh pad of Warner, so no chance there.
Ngidi in again to Warner, this time cranking up the pace, 139.5 kilometers an hour, just full and straight and defended by Warner to middle for no run.
Nice set of dots here so far for Ngidi, and oh my goodness, that was so close. Marco Jansen swooping in and helping Verreynne there keep the ball away from the helmets. 201 for 2. Australia lead by 12.
Ngidi in fifth ball of the over. He's past umpire out. Over to the left-hander. Good length, just outside off stump. And defended straight back to the bowler by Warner. For no run, Australia leads by 12. Had that catch been taken, obviously it wouldn't have been out because it didn't make contact with the bat, only the thigh pad. But I think it would have been a decent grab because he was the big dive to the right. Unfortunately, just going through the gloves there.
So Sadiq has a question for you, Jenna. Let's see if Ngidi can finish this over well.
Yeah, I'll read Sadiq's question after this ball. Ngidi into Warner. Warner's on 121 of 182. This time going down leg. It's just back over length and he works this out off his legs to Kagiso Rabado, who's out at fine leg. They go through for a single and that'll put Warner back on strike for the next over. Okay, so Sadiq's question, I have a question for you, Jenna. If given authority after the series, what changes, if any, would you bring, be it in management, captain, or players? Good question, Sadiq. I don't know what I would do. Management, captain, or players. I feel like I have trust in the current team. I just think something needs to click for them. I think that the South African batters don't play enough longer format cricket at an intensity and at a level similar to this test series. So I do believe that as things go, unfortunately it's only a 3-match test series, so the South Africans don't have a heck ton of time to fix things. So I would say they just need to find their groove. They need to bat for a long period of time in the second innings when they get the chance, and just back themselves back into form. And I think once they do that, then things will start working for them. They just need to bat for long at a decent intensity and just work themselves back into things. So I don't think I would change anything in terms of management, captaincy, or players. But I do think they just need a little bit of a mindset change as Maharaj comes into Warner, and it's a big pull out to the leg side. Marco Jansen on the square leg boundary gets that in, and the batters get through for 2. David Warner 124 and Australia on 204. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Sadiq. What would you change anything after?
Australia lead by 15. Yeah, that's a difficult one as Maharaj continues.
Second ball of the over. So good length just outside the off stump and defended by Warner straight back to Keshav for no run.
I always default, when things are going wrong for a team, I always default to that plan versus execution versus result equation.
Yeah, definitely is. This one double stepped by Warner but played out to a fielder at a short mid-on region for no run. Fourth ball of the over, Maharaj into Warner. This one swept hard, but a brilliant piece of fielding by Lungi Ngidi at a 45 type of region. Big dive to his right and puts his body on the line there. No run taken, but it was a hard sweep by David Warner.
And at the moment, the guys have an interim coach. I would definitely look at the different coaching disciplines in terms of, maybe a mental coach kind of role. David Warner has gone down with a cramp of some description. He's got his leg in the air, getting his leg stretched there by who is that who's helping him? Get away from him. One of the Proteas is helping. Dennis de Bruin is helping Warner out there. No, man. Well, good sportsmanship by de Bruin there. So I think I'd start by looking at what the plans were for the South Africans in that first test, in this test, in the third test, whatever happens there. I don't like the rip everything to shreds and start over approach.
Yeah.
I don't think that's good. Like you say, we do have players in the team who have proven themselves. We're not asking questions of the bowling unit at this point. They've been saving our blushes for a long time. David Warner is getting some more attention, so there's no cricket going on at the moment. There's 2 balls left in Maharaj's 13th over, so that gives us some time to talk about this. So I think that's where I'd start. I would like to know what were the plans for the batting unit, which players failed to execute that plan, and obviously we saw what the result was, because as you know, Jenna, you might have an instruction from your coaching team as a batter to go and do a certain job, and then, it's obvious that the top order has failed. But I'd like to know, what were the plans? Because that's where the management team come in. I don't think the players have the capacity, or they shouldn't be burdened with the job of analyzing the opposition, looking at the pitch, looking at the conditions in detail. They should get, summaries and watch these videos and look at this first class, look at this shield match that happened at this ground on that pitch. Look at this bowler. This is the way this bowler is going to attack you. This is those kind of things. The players don't need to work that out for themselves. That's the job of the management team. So I'd like to see what those plans were and what that preparation was like. because to me, looking at the team, it doesn't look like there was much of that. Maybe there was just, I mean, you guys are grown-ups, you're professional cricketers, you figure it out yourself, which is not great. I mean, why are you there as a management team if you're not doing that background work? We know we lost our analyst, I think to the IPL or somebody took him, that guy that used to do all of that stuff and used to prepare video packs and things for the players that they can watch in their hotel rooms before the start of the match and even during the match, you know, from one day to another. He's really good at that, apparently, so I've heard. Yeah. So I'd start there. I mean, it's difficult, and these guys are professionals. They don't go out there to try and lose their wickets. They go out there to try and perform their best, but are they really being put in a place where they can go on and do what they're supposed to do? So yeah, I think I'd start there, and I'd like to, yeah, and then you can decide and sort of say, listen, but you know, as a management team, this is what you should have done, or as players, you should respect and work with the management team as we have some more cricket.
Yeah, definitely. That's a really good answer, Otto. Fifth ball of the over, just defended by Warner. Back to Maharaj. Yeah. Last ball of the over, this one's straying a little bit down the leg side, turning onto leg stump from off stump, and just played to mid wicket. Tepa Bavuma doing the fielding there, puts his body behind that. So no run for the end of that over. And after that short little break where David Warner just needed to stretch out the cramp in his left hamstring, we are seeing a couple of the ways he's been quite attacking towards the spin, using his feet, using the crease, changing things up, flat bat, straight bat. And he's just such a savvy cricket player, not allowing Keshav Maharaj to bowl to him, but rather changing up the length and making it work for him.
Bevan Webber has joined us. Good morning, Bevan. I don't know where you are in the world, but good morning to you. It's still morning here in South Africa. Jansen into the attack. He's replacing Lungi and Gidi. He will be bowling to the right hand at Steve Smith, who's on 45 off 104. He had Steve Smith dropped earlier today off a leg side strangle that went down. Difficult chance for Verreynne, diving to his left hand stretched out, and the ball just bobbled out of his glove. I watched some of the highlights during the lunch break, and so Jansen has got two slips, a gully, point, cover, mid off, mid on, driven by Smith to extra cover. No run there.
A very good cricket shot there, but the man in the cover is just making sure, getting body behind that, no run. He hit that quite hard at Steve Smith, and as it came off the bat. Earlier you said something how, as it came off the bat, I thought it was going to be 4, and that was the situation there. After definitely over-pitched too wide as Jansen comes in, second ball of the over. Just having a squiz at his field as he's returning the ball, making sure he's bowling to his field, which he's done so far in the over. As he's in for the second ball of the over, this one full outside the off stump, left alone by Smith, goes through to the keeper.
So Bevan Weber also calling for a review of all the other spheres of cricket. And I mean, you know, Jenna, I know you've told us what it's like to be a semi-professional cricketer in South Africa. Do you agree with Bevan there? I know you probably should count your words, but you know, having listened to you and some others, I think he's definitely got a point. And we've talked about the club system a bit earlier, as that ball was just defended out to square leg by Smith for a single. We see a replay of that Smith versus Jansen battle. Jansen bowling around the wicket to Steve Smith, and then making him look all at sea. So Steve Smith not scoring any boundaries against Janssen in this innings so far. A lot of short pitch stuff. And then, as we see some more cricket here.
Janssen in to David Warner this time. It's a short outside the leg stump, and Warner tries to go up and over the fine leg region, but just hits that completely, and it goes to the fielder for no run.
As Dan De Castro joins us, good morning, Dan. He says, you look dejected. I have an idea. Stumps, Smith on 100, Warner on 200, Oz lead by 300 on lunch on day 3 as Janssen continues.
This ball outside the off stump and just sliced out to third man. They'll go through for a single. And Warner just comfortably getting off strike.
He then suggests that Proteas go ahead and score 500 runs in a day, and then have the final day to defend 200 and win. That would be awesome. I'd like to watch that match. I'd like to record that match and watch it over and over again. And then...
last ball of the over. Janssen to Smith. It's short and wide and cut away hard by Smith beating the shoulders. And that's 50 up for Steve Smith, 210 for Australia. Smith just lifts his bat there, too short and too wide there by Janssen, just allowing Smith to free his hands, flows through the ball there and just gets maximum runs for that.
Yeah, Steve Smith, 50 runs, 108 balls, 5 fours and a 6 at a strike rate of 46.29. And well done to him. Great supporting role to David Warner as well so far today. And getting some congratulations from his batting partner. And good work by Steve Smith. Very nice third wicket partnership here for Australia. Maharaj now will continue.
Left arm over to David Warner. He goes on the slog sweep. It goes high, but it will find the boundary at the cow corner region. Wonderful cricket shot by him there as he just got onto that back knee and launched that one over the mid-wicket region.
This partnership now 139 runs off 38.4 overs, run rate 3.59 between Smith and Warner. Good looking shot that from Warner, fetching that outside off stump and sending Maharaj packing.
Yeah, these two batsmen definitely both understand their roles in this setup as this ball is defended straight back by David Warner to Keshav Maharaj. They have a really nice balance of defending the brilliant balls or the good balls that the South Africans have played, and then making sure to attack whenever they can. As the next one is defended out to the offside, again for no run by Warner.
So we'll talk about Sadiq and Ravi's comments after this over.
This one defended again by Warner, confidently back to the bowler. He's got a bit of a grin on his face, acknowledging that Maharaj is bowling well, at least the 3 pass balls. He comes in for his 5th ball of the over. Again, just full outside the off stump, but defended. It goes off a bit the outside half of the bat. There's no fielder at a close-ish point region, so Dean Elgar making some ground from cover to pick that one up. They get through for a single, and Warner's score goes up to 130. 5 runs so far in this over, 1 ball left, as Keshav Maharaj just looks around at his field. Bowling left arm around the wicket to Steve Smith. He goes on the reverse, the conventional paddle, and this one will go out to a square leg, fine leg sort of region. They go through for a single, and that'll put Smith back on strike for the new over. 6 runs from that one, 216 for 2, David Warner on 130, and Steve Smith on 51. Australia leads by 27 runs. Sadiq
saying... talking about what the plan was, what happened, inquiries, etc. It said it's been close to 2 months now, and the T20 debacle hasn't been addressed. And then Ravi also says that it's a rubbish answer. The new need to throw the whole team out and recruit an all-black team, let them fail for 3 years and come out of it tougher and better. That's something that people have also said, is that the results, people, the fans and everybody and the sponsors and everybody want results, but so they that's why they tend to stick with these known players or these established players in the team, and seems to be a fear of failure that stops that approach that Ravi has suggested as Janssen continues to Steve Smith.
For one off stump and just defended to the offside for no run. Yeah, I think it's really easy as fans of cricket to sort of just say anything and everything about the structures of South African cricket, when if you're not in it, you don't know exactly what's going on. And from the outside, it definitely looks really messy. Yeah, but if you don't really know what's going on, it's hard to comment. So, yeah, as this one is pulled out to the leg side by Steve Smith, they go through for a single, and Smith goes up to 52.
Yeah, so Bevan also saying that there's politics in cricket, that's an issue. So, Bevan, I just would like to point out that Jenna is an actual cricket player within the structures of Cricket South Africa. I, however, can say whatever the hell I want. So, but I do understand that Jenna has pointed out there that it's easy to criticize from the outside. It doesn't matter whether it's in cricket or any other area. It's a leg slip in now for Marco Jansen as he continues to David Warner, left arm over the wicket. Warner defends this to the onside and there's no run. Jansen bowling his 11th over. He's conceded 32, and there's 3 balls left. And it's also difficult to come up with solutions if you don't understand the challenges and how everything works and how everything is, put together at the moment. And that's certainly an area that I don't fully understand. So it's also difficult for me to say, they should do this, they should do that. I just look at what the other teams are doing around the world, and if you look at the way the Australians pick their teams, the way they drop players that are out of form, the way they reward players that have good performances domestically in India and England, more often than not will do the same. So I'd like to see us repeat that success as Jansen's ball squirts out off a leading edge to Gully, and there's no run for Warner there. It went off his thigh pad, because otherwise that would have been catch.
Yeah, nice and aggressive bowling here by Marco Jansen, just squaring Warner up a little bit. That left arm over the wicket definitely doesn't look too easy for Warner as the ball is angling in towards him. That ball especially. 2 balls left in the over. Yeah, I totally agree with everything that you've said there, Otto. Sorry, I had to mute myself for a second. The dogs were having a bit of a argy-bargy as this one is played straight down the ground by Warner. They go through for a single. Marco Jansen tries to stick a foot out to prevent that one from going past him, but really good timing there by Warner just to get that one past the bowler for a single. 1 ball left in the over. The score 280.
Oh, not quite. No ball.
A no ball. Oh.
Jeez, like.
Yeah,
a bit tight, right on the line. But this is worrying about Hudson as well.
Yeah, left arm around the wicket to Steve Smith. And, with the arm, it seems in a little bit towards Smith, just defending that out to the offside for no run. 1 ball left in the over, 219 for 2.
So, Australia leads by 30. So it's already a good first innings lead. Most teams would bite your arm off to get that, the start of a test match.
Oh, it's short and on off stump and pulled out into the leg side by Steve Smith. But Temba Bavuma coming around from square leg to cut corner region, covering quite a lot of ground. He gets that in, and Steve Smith goes through for 2 runs. He's on 54, and Australia on 221 for 2 after 59. Marco Jansen finishes his 11th over. No wickets for 36 runs. And Australia leads by 32. They're in a decent position, both batters at the crease looking really nice and calm, confident, and just ticking over, making sure the bad balls go as well.
Yeah, so Bevan also just saying that his comments were not directed at us per se. I was saying the people who can actually change cricket in its entirety in South Africa should speak out and be honest, but they can't be fully honest. Yeah, there are some people out and about. I mean, we heard about Gibbs talking about the fact that the bowlers weren't really exposed to good batting conditions. I know he's been critical at times. People certainly have been vocal when things are done in CSA that they don't agree with, as Maharaj continues now.
Yeah, first ball of the over was a dot ball, just defended, double stepped and defended straight back. But second ball is short and it's pulled out into the leg side by Warner. They go through for a single, Warner on 132. Keshav Maharaj, 4 balls left in the over. They are putting a short cover in as Kaya Zondo goes underneath the helmet. Steve Smith, Maharaj into Smith. It's a dot ball as it's just defended back to the bowler.
It's not quite silly point. It's more forward of square.
Bit of like a short cover kind of region. It's quite close as defended once again for no run. 2 balls left in the over. That is a terrifying position to be in. Let me just say that, under the helmet right in front of the batsman. Under no cues, the ball can get squeezed out anyway. But yeah, as it is, you hard drive through the covers, and it'll go out to the fielder at long off. Picks that one up, gets through for a single, and Steve Smith on 55. 1 ball left in the over. David Warner facing at 132. That's the score that he's on. Australia leading by 34. 223. Last ball in the 60th over, Keshav Maharaj left arm over to David Warner, who tries to play a flat bat shot but doesn't get much on it as the ball just trickles down the wicket back to Maharaj for no run. 223 for 2 after 60. Steve Smith on 55 off 116. David Warner off 132 off 202. Australia lead by 34 runs.
Yeah, so just coming back to what Bevan said, I do think he does have a point. It is difficult to be super vocal and criticize, sort of bite the hand that feeds you. You might find yourself out in the wilderness, and the cricket community in South Africa isn't that big. So you want to be careful. You never know, where opportunities might come from. And so yeah, it's very cliquey and very difficult to sort of run your mouth and criticize people that are also just doing their best and doing what they think is the best for cricket in general in South Africa. And Marco Jansen continues, left arm round the wicket to Steve Smith.
This one angling in towards him with the arm, just defended. Getting on top of his toes to get on top of that ball is Steve Smith. Out into the offside for no run. Yeah, I agree with you, Otto. We don't want to put our foot in it, but I do think there definitely is some sort of corruption going on. Definitely at board level of CSA. And it is hard to say yes or no because, you always want to see the best in people. Well, I do in any case. As Jansen comes in, second ball of the over, left alone by Steve Smith. It seemed like a bit of a slower ball there as Kyle Verena picked that one up quite low.
But I think that
off the first 2,
I'd be very...
I do think that,
Carry on. Finish your thought there, yeah.
yeah, I don't necessarily want to stick my foot in it, but I'm also, just want to see the best in people and just, believe that the system that I am in is for the best of everyone, which it obviously isn't, but they're trying to make it so as the next ball is played out to the leg side for no run.
I think the best thing probably to do if you are within the structures and you find yourself, talking to people that are in control of cricket is to, try and find out how things fit together and just talk behind the scenes, because you can't be seen in public to be throwing mud and casting aspersions when you don't have all the information. And then when you do see something that's terribly wrong, then you can maybe speak out. But as we know, that whistleblowers and people who criticize the status quo, they go through some tough times, which is unfortunate.
Driven hard into the covers, but a really great effort by Lungi Ngidi, who puts his body behind that one. There's a little bit of a fumble, so they do get through for a single. Sorry, Otto, I cut you off a little bit.
No, please do. No, ball by ball, always allowed to interrupt. Nice backing up work there by Ngidi. He might have copped the ball in the face there. He's saying it's some thumbs up there from Lungi. Leg slip in again for Warner.
Okay, Jansen. Over to David Warner. It's short and straight and it's pulled away, but there is a fielder at the square leg region who cuts that one off. They get through for a single. One ball left in the over, the score 225 for 2. Are those brinjals?
Yeah. So Sadiq, they're purple with green leaves. Could be brinjals. You do get purple ones, but most of the ones we get over here are of the darker variety, the dark.
Just for the listener, they showed people in the crowd who seemed to be
dressed as brinjals.
Quite amazing. As Steve Smith plays this one out into the leg side for a single.
Sadiq saying, I was asking about inquiry report of T20 World Cup. Did it come out? They made a committee to look into that. I wasn't aware of this committee, but once again, I don't follow cricket really intensely. And it probably hasn't come out. If it has come out, it probably didn't come out to the public. These things are usually handled behind closed doors, and we only get to see what's going on when somebody writes a book. So I can't wait for those books to come out.
I also can't too much on that speaker. I also have not heard of it, but you can definitely ask the question again when somebody else is on air, and maybe they'll have an answer for you.
Yes, wait for Ken.
Steve Smith. Yeah, Ken should
ask Ken when he comes on. Yeah, Ken is actually a professional journalist, so he should know, and it's his job to criticize the cricket structures, and he does it quite well, and he's been doing it for a while.
That one was just driven out by Smith to mid-off. You go through for a single, and Keshav Maharaj will not bowl to David Warner. Partnership of 152 of 258. The score 227 for 2. Maharaj into Warner, left arm over to the left-hander, and just defended to the cover region for no run.
Ravi makes a good point there. Looking from the outside once again, doesn't seem that we'll get to his comment after this over.
Defended off the front foot. Double steps, comes down the wicket, does David Warner, but just defended into the leg side for no run.
But sorry.
No worries.
Carry on. Maharaj is over.
This one a bit shorter, and Warner just leans back onto the back foot, plays that out into the offside. They get through for a single, so Steve Smith on strike. 2 balls left in the over, 228 for 2.
The lead is 39 now for Australia. My dog is chasing away the pigeons that eat her food. So, sorry about that.
Chronicles of our dogs. Left arm around the wicket. to Steve Smith, and it's defended confidently off the front foot into the offside. But no run taken, as if there's a field that extra cover and that cover also won at point. So not much getting through there as Keshav Maharaj goes this time, opting to rock back onto the back foot, but plays that into the offside region for no run once again. The score 228 for 2 after this 62nd over. David Warner on 134, Steve Smith on 58. Australia leads by 39. Cool, let's get to that question now.
Ravi Nair says the problem is that SA cricket administrators don't seem to want to do the best for cricket, but just for themselves. Does anyone think Boucher was appointed because he was best for SA cricket? He certainly was divisive. He didn't have the same credentials that the other coaches that were in line for the job had. Mpo and Tim discussed that at length at the time. And then, of course, the commission that inquiry into the racism and stuff that happened that Boucher was a part of that he had to apologize for, that didn't help. So, yeah, go ahead and listen to episodes of the Full Quota podcast on our YouTube channel, on this YouTube channel that you're watching right now. And you'll see what they had to say about that.
Looking Ngidi back into the attack, placing Marco Jansen, this one short and straight, and played into the leg side by David Warner. They go through for a singles for 229 to David Warner on 135.
Bevan Weber echoing that sentiment. I get what you're saying, but you guys know that there's a section, party, people that's placed in positions that is not acting in the best interest of cricket. That's definitely the idea that I get as well. If you look at some of the decisions that get made, and you don't see what's going on behind the scenes, you just see what gets out in public, and it's a mess. It looks chaotic as somebody looking in from the outside.
Yeah, definitely does look chaotic, as the next ball just played into the offside by Steve Smith for no run.
Ravi Nair saying, "Yeah, you two call them brinjals." That's what. Yeah, those things have many names. And then Sadiq saying that they did make a committee to look into it. I'll take your word for it, Sadiq. But yeah, please bring that up when Ken is on air. Ken Borland. You can follow him on Twitter as well. He posts a lot of his opinions and articles on there.
Ngidi to Smith, right arm over. He goes on the bouncer, and Smith just goes onto his horn, just ducks underneath that one. Varane catching that behind the wickets, just clapping his hands, saying, "Good ball, Ngidi, a well-directed bouncer."
Bevan Weber saying, but it is frustrating for people in cricket structures that want to make a change, and honest change. It must be, yes, I can imagine. And as I said, a lot of the cricket administrators and people are volunteers. People at the club level especially, I know, trying to keep things going, not getting much in return, not getting much support.
Ngidi straying down the leg side, and Smith just leaving that one alone. No run from it. 229 for 2. Interested, Bevan, are you involved in any structures in cricket? Are you a coach? Do you play where? Obviously, you get a lot of your information and insight from the media, but are you involved in cricket at all? Just curious.
Would be interesting. Maybe he knows somebody if he's not personally there.
Yeah.
Ngidi continues.
2 balls left in the over. This one back of a length outside the off stump and defended by Smith into the covers for no run. Ngidi in his 11th over, 22 runs, just for no wickets. Bowling really well, nice and consistently, but also aggressive, hitting some decent speeds.
I think we should be coming up on tea. Maybe another over before tea here. So then we'll take a bit of a break and see who's available for the next stint. Hopefully Ken and Anis can take over. we'll see.
You must be feeling a bit tired, Otto. You've been on for 2 hours now. As Nikki just changes a little bit down the leg side, and it's played by Steve Smith to a square leg region. They come back for 2. Really good running as Temba Bavuma had to attack that ball from the boundary.
The lead now 42.
In the end, brilliant running by the Australian. 31 for 2 after 63. Lead of 42, David Warner on 135, Steve Smith on 60, and you were sort of right, Otto, as it looks like they're going to take T. And that's the end of this session.
Yep. Over rate is 13.3, 90 plus runs scored in the session. No wickets for South Africa. They could have had at least, they had 3 opportunities. 1 no ball, drop catch, 2 drop catches if I'm not mistaken, and Ravi Nair saying, "Dag nabbit, I've been listening to you for nearly 2 hours. Take a wicket." We tried our best, Ravi. Thank you for listening, everybody. We're going to take a short break now and back once play resumes after tea. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Please like and share this video on YouTube, Facebook. I'm going to check the website now, 1wsr.com, just to make sure that we are going out on there as well with the audio only stream. And thank you very much for your support. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, Anis. I know Mpo is with us in spirit, sitting without electricity. Hopefully he'll be able to join us. Today has been declared a public holiday in South Africa, so we can hopefully have some new voices on after tea, taking us through to the close of play today. And it looks like Australia should bat out the rest of the day without much trouble. I don't see where the wickets are going to come from for South Africa. Do you, Jenna?
Maybe tea gives the South Africans a new burst of energy and something spectacular happens.
Yes, let's hope for that. From your lips to God's ears. Thank you so much. Have a good tea break, and we'll chat again soon.
Thank you to you too, Otto. Good work.
And we are back after tea. Australia will resume on 231 for 2. Lead of 42 runs. They would already have a decent lead. And the second session of the day, post-lunch, Warner and Smith piling on 90-plus runs for Australia, getting them a decent lead already with 8 wickets in hand. And we'll see what can South Africa do to get themselves out of this hole. It looks like they have no plans at the moment to take these wickets. Warner is there on 135 not out of 207 deliveries at a strike rate of 65.2, and with him two ex-captains here, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Steve Smith is also there on 60 off 129 with a 46.5 strike rate. The bowling for South Africa, only the 1 wicket taken by Kagiso Rabada, the other being the run out of Marnus Labuschagne before lunch on the second day. He was run out for 14, and Usman Khawaja losing his wicket yesterday for 1, caught behind by Kyle Verreynne off the bowling of Kagiso Rabada. Lungisani and Gidi, 11 overs for 24 runs. And it will be Keshav Maharaj to bowl the first over after tea. He goes to David Warner, works this one, pitching on middle and leg, out to square leg for a single. And the score goes up to 232 for 2. And Jenna has decided to join me. Thank you so much, Jenna.
Hey, Otto. I saw you alone, so I was like, oh, Anise and Kevin coming.
Yeah, they've opted to go for the second hour, as Maharaj now round the wicket to Steve Smith, who cuts this one powerfully, but straight to point. They go through for a single. It's a direct hit on the stumps, but I think Warner was well beyond the crease as the ball hit the stumps there. 233 for 2. Smith onto 61. 2 runs off the first 2 balls in Maharaj's over. See the throw coming in from Marco Jansen. Nicely done there, straight onto the stumps, but Warner was well safe with his bat grounded beyond the crease. Good throw there by Jansen from point. Only 1 stump to aim at. Gathered and threw it in quite quickly, but not quickly enough. And once again, as we've seen in the past, and as I saw a tweet from Ken as well from last week saying that all these bowlers have toiled, and that's a cut shot by Steve Smith. Straight to the man at extra cover, catching close to the wicket. No run there. And Maharaj over the wicket into Warner, who defends this off his off stump. Once again out to cover. It looks like Dean Algar trying to get some energy into his team, trying to get them psyched up, making something happen here. South Africa need wickets, and they need wickets right now. Maharaj in again, defended by Warner outside off. And they take another single. Sorry, what was that?
Dean Algar fielding really well there in the covers, making sure he's leading from the front and just showing everyone that, you know, we're here to play.
Now, there's still a lot of cricket left here. Smith defends this one to a mid-off, quite close to the wickets. No run there, only 3 runs from the over, but that's more than enough for Australia right now. They lead by 45, 234 for 2 after 64 overs. There are about 38 overs remaining in the day, but once again, we should lose a few of those. And then Mpendulo says he's ready to join us. So, Mpendulo, you're most welcome. So that
yeah, then you can have a break, I think, Otto, because you've been if you want to.
Lungi and Gidi will carry on. From which end, I cannot tell you. If you know the MCG better than me, please chime in. 11 overs, he's bowled for 24. He goes over the wicket to David Warner. Full toss outside, off stump, into the ground and into the covers. No run. Straight to the fielder at extra cover.
Yeah, bit of a loss of a delivery. David Warner will be upset with himself there for not being able to get that one away, as it was definitely a free ball. And Ngidi smiling, saying just slipped out of his hand a little bit there. Oof.
Yes, that's a very hot day there in Melbourne. Sun is beating down. Not many clouds in the sky. Ngidi over the wicket on leg stump, worked around the corner by David Warner down to fine leg for a single. The score now 235 for 2. They're showing Warner's best test score at the MCG was 144 versus Pakistan, so he's edging towards that. Smith will now face Ngidi, who's now conceded 25 runs in 11.2 overs that he's bowled so far. 2 slips and a gully, fine leg on the boundary. Point extra cover mid-off, wide-ish mid-on. A square leg, a couple of 20 meters or so in from the boundary rope on the leg side for Steve Smith, who wallops this one through deep mid-wicket, and it's going to roll down to the boundary. The man at square leg can't run around to cut it off. Another 4 runs. Australia's lead is now 50, 239 for 2.
Yeah, that ball quite far outside the off stump and also quite low. So Steve Smith doing really good work managing to get around that. It was only about hip height. So just making sure he was back and far across so that he could get that around. His head very still upon contact. And he's just working really hard, getting into position. And it's definitely a really brilliant way of getting maximum runs there. Head still, feet moving nice and fast behind the ball, and just putting maximum effort through that one.
1 slip move to catching mid-wicket. Giddy into Steve Smith. This one spits up off a length, hits Steve Smith on the right hand, on his bottom hand, the right-hander. That one jumped up off a good length there. Steve Smith surprised by the bounce and hit him right on the thumb of his right hand. So good work there from Ngidi. Seems to be okay. Looking at his thumb there in the replay. Yeah, just right on the end of his thumb. 1 slip, a second slip and a gully now with that catching mid-wicket moving into place. Ngidi is in again to Steve Smith, right arm over to the right-hander. Cut by Steve Smith past the diving second slip. Is that going to beat third man? Yes. Third man is either not there or too square. And a good cut shot to the backward point region for Steve Smith.
Yeah, just
wide
opening
outside
up the face
off stump. Yeah.
More of like a straight back guide than a cut through. Yeah, just opening up the face, well timed. Very good shot there.
Beat
Just
gully
watches
as
the
well.
ball so well. Yeah.
Yes. It was a bit short of a good length outside off stump, and that is 1,000 runs up for Steve Smith at the MCG in 10 matches at an average of 91. Steve Smith drives this one to wideish mid-off. No run.
So that's a pretty decent average, eh? He really likes this ground. Oof.
Yes, and as an Australian player, that must be nice to have a home ground where you score those kinds of figures in test matches.
Yeah.
And beautiful day in Melbourne. As I said, not much cloud cover to speak of at all. Maximum predicted temperature of 37. So Australia doing a good job here of keeping South Africa in the field, not giving them too many opportunities to speak of. Maharaj continues now to Warner. One slip in. He works this one off midland leg to square leg, who runs in from the boundary, and they get a single. Australia's lead now 55 runs, 244 for 2. The start of the 66th over. Ngidi, the final bowler, the only bowler for South Africa, conceding less than 3 runs and over. Maharaj round the wicket now to the right-hander, back foot cover drive by Steve Smith, and it's straight to extra cover for no run. Smith on 69 off 136. Warner on 139 off 214. Maharaj left arm round the wicket, again defended by Smith. Back to the bowler. Maharaj 85.8 kilometers an hour. Pretty much standard for him in terms of his pace. Goes once again to Steve Smith. He's looking for that outside edge, pitching the ball on and off, getting the ball to turn away from the right-hander. The slip is there, waiting for the catch. So is Kyle Verreynne behind the stumps. Again, a bit fuller now by Maharaj, and just outside off stump into extra cover, no run. It's a decent seam presentation by the spinner. He comes in again now, looping delivery, outside off stump, stopped by the man standing at a shortish mid-off, and that's the end of the 66th over, 244 for 2. Good morning, Pendulo.
Yay. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all of you guys. Are you guys good?
Yeah, okay.
Very well.
Man, doing fantastic. The sun is shining on my side of the world. I hope it would have been shining on the Proteas as well, but man, does it look dark.
Yeah, it's not looking much brighter.
Even the sun is beating the Proteas.
Do I not?
I don't like the truth behind your statement.
No, I was saying earlier, the commentary is fun, but watching the cricket, not so much.
Hey,
as
just gotta find the
Ngidi
joys.
continues, right arm over to the left-hander, David Warner. This one is wide outside off stump and just guided down to the third man boundary where Maharaj can't cut it off. It's 4 runs for David Warner, 143 runs now for him, 59 run lead for Australia, 248 for 2. And who's going to take over ball by ball?
I'll do a bit.
All right, I'm going to take a break. I'll be here showing the comments and posting the tweets here for you guys to read out and take some wickets.
Cool, thank you, Otto. That was a massive
Thank you,
stint.
Otto.
Well done. Cool, my feed is a little bit behind Otto's page, so if you're okay, I'll just go on my feed.
You just broke for a moment there, but let's watch some cricket.
Cool, no worries. Lungi Ngidi in for his second ball of the over to David Warner, who's on 143s, about to break his record at the MCG, but Ngidi just pulls out of his run-up. A little bit worried about the run-up there, feeling a little bit soft, but he's going to return to the top of his mark. And David Warner on 143, his best is 144 at the MCG against Pakistan in 2016-2017. So he's really looking at beating that. South African is just allowing him to bat, not being too aggressive, as this one is a bit of a rocket, as Ngidi bowls it just back of a length. It's quite slow, 116 kilometers an hour. In my eyes, not too slow, but in men's cricket, quite slow. It just nips off on leg stump, and it's defended by David Warner.
And actually, this is what I was thinking about before coming into the commentary on how using variations could be the key on this track, because it's giving absolutely nothing. So you can see the change of pace, 116, rolling off the hands, already it's giving, what was that? So maybe if they do more of that in certain intervals, maybe some opportunity might come through here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. As this one just short of a good length on leg stump, and it's tucked around the corner to square leg by David Warner for a single. So he gets to that mark of 144 at the MCG, just coming next to his highest score at this round, 144 for 217. He scored 249 for 2. We're in the 67th over. And Lungi Ngidi has 3 balls left in his. Yeah, I think variations are a really good option, pitch. And yeah, you said the pitch isn't giving the South Africans much, but if they can do something with the ball, all these bowlers we know are world class. We do have a world class bowling attack. We just need to make sure that we're using it to the best of our abilities, even in conditions that don't suit the bowlers. As this ball is short and straight and pulled away easily by Steve Smith. That'll cut the 2 fielders at fine leg and square leg in half, and that goes for a boundary. Steve Smith on 73, as that shot looked easy for him.
That was a complete gift from Lungi Ngidi. The Australians are at home with the fast and short pitch delivery. They're at home at the MCG quite literally. So we've been seeing that the short ball has no effect. And that ball, and complete gift for a man who is in fine touch on 73 now. It's one of the best.
Yeah, he definitely is one of the best as he faces Ngidi again. Good length just outside the off stump, but defended to mid-on for no run. Very calm at the creases, Steve Smith, if we're going to say anything. He makes really good choices when to defend, when to attack. And both batters at the crease, obviously world-class, but just making really good decisions.
And they were talking about how well they played together, both Smith and Warner. I almost made an inappropriate joke, but we keep it moving. They have 9 century partnerships together in their mini appearances, around 30-something partnerships.
Yeah, they do really bat really well together. As the last ball of the over is defended into the leg side for no run. It's the end of the 67th over, 253 for 2. Lungi Ngidi has decent figures, 13 overs, 42 runs. Australia leads by 64. David Warner on 144, matching his best total here at the MCG. Steve Smith on 73 of 143.
Tough situation for South Africa. They've been hoping that they'll be coming into this match with a little bit more fight, but now the Australians are really showing why they won that toss, chose to bowl, and they are reaping those dividends right now, batting in absolutely sublime conditions.
Yeah, making it look very easy. As Maharaj is in, he's bowled a lot of overs today, in for his 19th. This one just short of a length and cut away hard by David Warner into the cover region. But Dean Elgar chasing that ball really well, gets behind it. So they come through for 2. A good chase there by the South African captain, but yeah, just giving 2 runs away. 255 for 2, David Warner on 146. Australia lead by 66.
Getting closer and closer to that milestone of 150 is David Warner.
Definitely just 4 runs to go as this one just turning into the legs of Warner, and he whips this around his legs. Bit of a misfield, the fielder at mid on, at long on. But they do get through for a second. His total goes up to 148. Just 2 runs to that 1.5 century mark is David Warner, 257.
Trying to look at where South Africa is planning to take this wicket, and it's looking pretty bleak here. Only 1 slip in place.
Yeah, Maharaj to Warner. This one fuller and straighter. The fielder Timber Vuvuma had a straightish mid wicket. Just picking that one up. No run from it. 4 runs in 3 balls from the over so far. Keshav Maharaj definitely searching for dot balls, searching for a wicket here as he comes left arm over. He gets the dot ball as it's full on off stump and defended straight back to Maharaj for no run. Warner's calling for water. It's definitely the sun is beating down at the MCG.
We saw
Very
him
hot.
fall down due to cramps earlier on. Shot.
Left arm around the wicket, and David Warner goes on the slog sweep. We've seen a boundary or two from him with this shot, but a good piece of fielding in the end by Marco Jansen, who's backed up by Sorrel Avia on the boundary at the Kau corner region. And the batters go through for 2, which brings up David Warner's 150 runs. They are reviewing whether that was a boundary or not.
The finger's touching the boundary there, just a little bit.
Marco Jansen made the dive and scooped the ball back in, and Sorrel Avia just retrieving the ball after the scoop. But his fingers seem to be touching the boundary rope at the same time that he's holding the ball and scooping it back in. And they are confirming. We have the umpire on screen now, and it has been given a 4. So a good effort, but unsuccessful in the end. David Warner, 152 of 222 balls. This is his 6th score of 150 plus in test matches. That is decent. Maharaj in last ball of the over. This one full on leg stump, and it's taken out to the leg side. They come through for a quick single, and Warner 153, Steve Smith 73, and Australia on 262 after 68 overs, leading by 73 runs.
Still 8 wickets in the bag here for the Australians, and on top of that, it's the fact that Travis Head is still waiting. He's a quick and punchy scorer. Pat Cummins is the start of the tail, and he starts at number 8. So that tells you how deep the Australians can bat here. So in this last session, South Africa are 12 overs away from getting that new ball, and they'll be praying that those 12 overs come in a flash.
Yeah, they do need to work in the next 12 hours. Otherwise, that new ball will come to nothing, as the batters will definitely just be on a roll and just be able to hit through the new red ball. South Africans do need to be conscious of that and just contain in the next 12 overs, not let the batters get into a rhythm, which I believe they already are in. So
it's already too late, but here we are. Dean Alger's calling on his strike bowler, hoping to get some sort of breakthrough. Rabada has claimed Warner twice in the previous match, so maybe he'll be hoping that something might happen here.
Yeah, Kagiso Rabada's bowled 14 overs, 1 wicket for 61, at an economy of 4.63. He'll be looking to take that one down a little bit as he's bowling right arm around the wicket to David Warner. It's short and wide and cut away hard into the cover region. And that is not a place you want to be bowling to David Warner, who just gets on top of that and plays it hard. That goes for a 4. Wonderful cricket shot, but a terrible ball to start off his over.
Dove for his life, but complete justification of that shot by David Warner. Short and wide, the ball is softer, the pitch is drier. That's just a gift for him to smash that across.
Again, short and wide and cut through, but there is a fielder at a deep point region, and they just get through for a single. Steve Smith on strike now. David Warner on 158, they scored 267.
It's funny how you were talking about that high economy rate. And the fact is, even though he is the highest wicket taker and he has the best strike rate in the year, he does have the highest economy rate in that list of top 10 bowlers as well. So it comes at a price taking those wickets. So let's see if maybe he'll break through here.
Yeah, next ball left alone by Steve Smith. Good length outside the off stump, which goes through to Calvareno for no run. Yeah, I think it's a balance when you're a fast bowler. I'm not one. I'm at best a part-time seamer. So I think it is like a bit of a balance being a strike bowler and a containing bowler. And Kagiso Rabada definitely a strike bowler. as he's in. Next ball is short and straight, and it's pulled away hard and just cutting the two fielders at square leg and fine leg in half. Steve Smith is so good on that short ball and just gets a maximum there. 4 runs to him, 77. He scored 271 for 2.
He hit that shot with absolutely no fear. And it was not a bad ball at all from Rabada. It was eye length for Steve Smith. And he completely hooked that around him. Flash, what quick hands. 4 runs for him.
And he goes short and straight again. A great effort on the boundary. That square leg fielder coming around, covering a lot of ground and putting a big dive into his left. Cutting that one off. They go through for 2 or for 1, actually. This one, Steve Smith not looking as comfortable. It didn't come up as high. But he definitely got a lot of bats on that. Yeah, Saro Avia doing the work there. Ravada around the wicket to David Warner, and this time angling in with the arm, and he just guides this out into the offside. Fielder at deep point coming in to do the work there. And that's the end of an expensive over. 11 runs from it, Kagiso Rabada. And Ravi in there on YouTube just saying, don't say a word against Kagiso. Yeah. Okay, Ravi.
Yeah, it's not a word against Kagiso. We are just seeing what we saw on the screen and we are letting you know what we saw. That's our job at the end of the day. And if you go for 11 runs and over, you say it. But we love the intent because you see the trap that they're trying to put there. There's a deep square leg, there's a deep fine leg. So a hook shot can easily go to those fielders. So it's absolutely not a bad plan, but it is costing runs. But it will be nice to see how it will play out against the Australians who are eager to take on the short ball.
Yeah, definitely. As a use of feet by David Warner to Keshav Maharaj, he just plays this with a straight bat out to the fielder at long on. They go through for a single, and Warner goes up to 160. They scored 274 for 2. David Warner is calling for something. He's not looking too happy at the non-striker's end. As Maharaj bowls to Steve Smith, it's a dot ball played with a straight bat back to the bowler for no run. This partnership, 199 runs, so almost at that 200-run mark. As Maharaj left arm around the wicket to Steve Smith. He comes down the wicket, but just defends the straight back to Maharaj. Steve Smith using his feet, using the crease really well today so far. A good mixture of playing out the crease, going back into the crease, and he does that now, back into the crease, but just on defense there, straight back to Maharaj for no run. 2 balls left in the over, looking to break that double century mark for their partnership as Smith double steps and defends again to Keshav Maharaj. Speeding through this over, just 1 run from it. David Warner was the man who got the single off the first ball. But Keshav Maharaj putting some nice pressure here on the batters as it's full and straight, and this time Steve Smith gets this out to long on. They go through for a single, which will put him back on strike for the new over. That's the 200-run partnership between Steve Smith and David Warner of just 311 balls. A very well-timed, well-played partnership here. That's the end of the 70th over, 275 for 2.
Dominant partnership between David Warner and Steve Smith. I'm reading at some of the comments. Around an hour ago, there was a comment saying, we've been listening for you for nearly 2 hours. We need a wicket. And clearly from that hour, there's still no wickets, still been listening to us. So maybe we need more positivity coming from the comment section. So if you want to speak to us, jump onto our YouTube page. That is One World Sports Radio. You can tweet us on our Twitter pages at 1WSR. You can also go to Guerrilla Cricket, like, oh, yo, Guerrilla.
As Kagiso Rabada is in his 16th over the 71st over, left alone outside the off stump by Steve Smith. I actually made a comment yesterday to my mom when I was on air. Calverena and Marco Janssen were batting together, and the moment I came off air, a wicket fell. So I said to my mom, I'm clearly the lucky charm, but no wickets taken when I was on air yesterday, and no wickets taken again today. We are seeing that Kagiso Rabada on that delivery did bowl a no ball, so he'll have to repeat that one. Australia lead by 87. Yeah. This one driven out into the offside. A little bit of a misfield there in the covers. They go through for a single.
There was actually a very good length from Rabada. That was really good length. So maybe if he continues trying to feed on that good length, you saw the previous over, he made Steve Smith leave. Maybe continue working and probing on that length, bore the batter out. But these are world-class batters.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. With a lot of overs in the legs, Kagiso Rabada, this is his 16th over on wicket for 74. He's not fresh anymore, so it's difficult to hit that consistent length over and over again. But he is a fit young man, and he's definitely up to the challenge. So, yeah, let's see what he can do. The new ball is available in 9.5 overs. South Africa will be keen to get to that this time. Around the wicket to David Warner, and this crashing into his pads. Getting a bit of a death stare between the two of them as no run is taken off that one. That would have hurt.
This is good bowling. We like watching it. Very different over from the one we watched before, using a different tactic. That one back of a length, hitting that crotch area at 137 k's an hour.
This one full and straight. Oh, a wonderful lofted straight drive over the head of Kagiso Rabada. David Warner showing him, you hit me, I hit you, son. And that going for a wonderful shot. A beautiful cricket shot, just straight over the bowler's head. And Kagiso Rabada walking back to his mark there. Oof.
Trying to see, yes, it just misses the length. He was going for that Yorker length after the setup. We love seeing the creativity, trying to create those opportunities out of nothing, just missing the length. So that's what you were talking about. After a long day of bowling, it does get to you. They are human after all.
Yeah, definitely. Human as Rabada is in to Warner again. This time a good length and seaming into the left-hander on that occasion. Just playing that out into the offside for no run. Yeah, these men, they are human and just doing their best out there. I think Otto made a comment a little bit earlier about the South African batters. They're not going out there to do badly and to go out. They're going out there and trying their best, whether the preparation and the skill is there or not. We do assume that everyone is just there to play a good game of cricket. And the Australians so far in this game just a little bit better than the South Africans. Oh, attacking once again. David Warner goes high over the mid-on region. Doesn't get full bat on this occasion, but just beating that fielder at mid-on. He chases it down. They go through for 2. David Warner on 166. And being very aggressive here on the front foot against Kagiso Rabada.
This is an incredible battle between David Warner and Kagiso Rabada. We are seeing different variations, different lines and lengths trying to distort David Warner. David Warner is fighting back by going on the attack against Rabada.
Short ball pulled away, but Keshav Maharaj on a squarish fine leg boundary, just collecting that one. They get 3 for a single. That's the end of the over. 71 done. The score 284 for 2. David Warner 167. Steve Smith 80. And Kagiso Rabada just finished his 16th over, gone for 81.
It's actually a very good over from Kagiso Rabada, regardless of what the scoreboard said in that particular over, because you saw what he was trying to do ball by ball. But at the end of the day, David Warner is on 232 balls in the crease. The ball is 71 overs old. They are going on the charge now with the new ball slightly around the corner.
David Warner, a bit of a cramp again in that left hamstring. He's struggling a little bit. Oh, they were showing a replay of that. Yep, good one. As Maharaj, the first ball of his 21st over, and David Warner going on that slog sweep once again, this time getting maximum for it. That soars over the boundary at cow corner. He gets a 6 from that, just dropping that back knee and bashing that over the mid-wicket region for 6.
That's a shot of authority, a shot of domination by David Warner. Maharaj is getting a little bit of drift.
As this next one is a little bit shorter, and he goes on the pool, plays that out to mid-wicket for a single. And Steve Smith will have to play the next couple of balls. The score 291 for 2. David Warner looking really aggressive here.
Reading some of the comments, we're saying One World Sports Radio. Us, we saying that, hey man.
As Steve Smith goes to the leg side at cow corner region, and they come through for 2 as there's a chase in the field.
Hammer the home advantage, win the series right here, right now. And that's what they seem to be doing, smashing them. Even Sadiq is agreeing they're right on course to win here, maybe by even an innings. So, it's tough times here for South Africa.
Going on the paddle sweep there, Steve Smith playing that out to the fine leg region. Anrich Nokia from the deep square leg boundary runs around. Steve Smith goes through for 2 there, very good running. It is 36.7 degrees in Melbourne, and these batters still making really good tracks between the wickets, getting through for 2 there. The score 295 for 2, and Steve Smith on 84, David Warner on 174. But Maharaj has 2 balls left in the over as he comes right arm around the wicket to Steve Smith. This one on the front foot defends this back to the bowler for no run.
11 runs already from the over, 1 ball remaining. And after 72, seems like David Warner struggling.
Yeah, as Steve Smith just defends this off the back foot into the leg side for no run. Yeah, Steve Smith looking good, but David Warner not looking too fresh. He's called for water again. Sadiq says David has changed gears. The Proteas must up the game. He's definitely looking more aggressive, but he is looking rather withered and been out there the whole day in the hot sun. So trying to make things work for him.
And that's where the attacking options actually from the South Africans can come through, because I don't believe he'll be looking to run many 2s and many 3s or even take a lot of singles. The conditions are working well for the batters. The ball is softer. The South African bowlers are wearied as well. So now the question becomes, take it on to David Warner because he'll be going for those boundaries, because that might be the way to open up this bowling or this batting lineup here. Just go on the attack on the man who'll be looking to go on the attack as well.
Yeah, definitely. South African men can't just bowl at Warner and allow him to do all the things. They need to change things up, throw in a couple of slower balls, roll the fingers over the ball, just until that new ball comes into play. And hopefully David Warner on the attack will make a mistake, and South Africa could be in a position of slight power, not full power, as there will still be one very much in nick batter at the crease. Australia leads by 106, scored 295. The beginning of the 73rd over, Anrich Nokia back into the attack. He's about to bowl his 11th over. He's bowled 10 for 39, no wickets.
I am a fan of this bowling change.
Yeah, as am I. Anrich Nokia right arm around the wicket to David Warner, and it's coming into the bowler, into the batter, into the left-hand batter with the arm. and just catching Warner by surprise. And Nokia is the speed master, as that just wraps him, squares him up quite nicely there.
Following the batter as David Warner was trying to just guide that down the legs, hits him on the thigh guards. 147 kilometers an hour. My goodness.
That is definite speed, especially with a not so new ball anymore. This one is a bit short on leg stump, and Calverain goes and makes the catch this time, diving to his right. The umpire has said no, but Dean Elgar is sending this up just to check if there was anything on David Warner's bat. Heinrich Nokia seems quite convinced, but the umpire having none of it. They've sent the decision upstairs, and hopefully in South Africa's favour here, they can make a breakthrough here from David Warner.
That was a completely sizzling delivery from Heinrich Nokia, splitting David Warner in half. He was looking to pull that away. But it just seems to clip his bottom, completely missing the bat. There seems to be clear daylights between bat and ball.
Yeah, definitely just making contact with the side of his bum there. That is not a very fun place to be hit. Let me attest to that. It's quite so, actually.
But that was fantastic bowling from Heinrich Nokia. He brings such a different element. And the fact that now he's gotten some more control of his lines and his lengths, that pace just adds an extra element to what he does.
Yeah, South Africa losing that review there, but definitely in the minds of the Australian batters saying we're here to fight, as this ball is short and straight and pulled away by Warner to a square leg region, but Lungi and Ngidi doing the work on the boundary there. They go through for 2. David Warner moves to 176 of 237 balls.
Australian batters are working their angles very well here. It's as if they know how to split that deep square leg and that fine leg as well, always getting it in between them, and it was a fantastic stop from Ngidi there. Hey, fast bowlers, they're also good in the field. What's the stereotype?
I agree with you. Right arm around the wicket to David Warner, this time outside the off stump, and played off the back foot by Warner to the point region. Kai Zondo doing the work there, coming in from the boundary, just going through for a single chop to Heinrich Nokia, who's been quite aggressive so far this over.
It's just been aggressive throughout this entire inning. His average pace is 147 kilometers an hour, and he's been bowling for 10 overs. It hasn't stopped even now. We're talking about how the bowlers eventually get tired. The sun has been battering them. They've been fielding the whole day. Watch Heinrich Nokia.
This time to Steve Smith, and it's a good length on off stump, and Smith just defends this to the offside for no run.
Brilliant bowling here from Heinrich Nokia. He's transferring the pressure just by these 4 balls. You can see that there's a different tempo in what he's bringing about with his bowling, and they're showing Marco Jansen now, who too will be a phenomenal change on the other side. Just plow the attack from either end. Bring your fastest bowler, bring your X-factor bowler who's your tallest, different arm, different angles.
Yeah, I do agree with you there, Pendulo, as this time it's just short of a good length, and it's Steve Smith going on the back foot. We're playing this down to the player at Gully for no run. That's the end of the over. A good over, just 3 from it. A good comeback over. 298 for 2 after 73 overs. David Warner on 177. Steve Smith on 84. And Australia leading by 109 runs.
The Australian lead is merely 80 runs away from the score that South Africa were able to post in their first inning. to think about the fact that they first have to curtail that score and then bring up a score beyond that, and the fact that they haven't scored a 200 in the past 7 consecutive innings just tells the tale of how difficult it will be for the South Africans to play themselves back into this match. And it will make the last match kind of a dead rubber. But what can we see here? But I even have no words, Jenna.
Yeah, I think it will be difficult for the South Africans to come back in and bat. Yeah, but cricket is a funny game, hey, and anything can happen. So we just need to be as positive as possible as South African supporters to commentate on the game. As Keshav Maharaj is still in the attack, David Warner using his feet brilliantly and playing this hard to the mid-off region. The fielder there, I think, was Lungi Ngidi, made a dive to his right and got a bit of hand on it, but the shot was hit so hard that it still raced away for 4. A wonderful effort. No hand on it, but a very good effort from Lungi Ngidi. Just that was a brilliant cricket shot. Second ball of the over, he's racing through it. Double steps, David Warner hits this over the cow corner boundary, and that goes for a maximum 6 into the stands. This time, a wonderful cricket shot. He's hitting the ball really hard. Interesting that Dean Elgar would bowl Keshav Maharaj again, as this is the second 6 that David Warner has hit off Keshav in the last 2 overs.
Completely dominating Maharaj here, David Warner. It's an easier deal to face than the 150 express pace from Andrik Nokia. Really putting Maharaj under the pressure here. Beautiful stroke over the top. Creating a show for the minimal fans who came to the MCG here today.
Yeah, Maharaj, third ball of the over, this time dropping. He's pulling his length back a little bit, and David Warner, apologies, just going on the back foot, pulling that across to the field at deep mid-wicket. They come through for a single, and Steve Smith will try and make something happen here against Keshav Maharaj. David Warner not looking too happy, eh? Doesn't enjoy the running between the wickets at this point, as Maharaj is into Steve Smith. Double step, going for the big shot over, but just making contact with the toe of the bat, and it just trickles out to the fielder at long on for a single.
Crazy looking shots, but how often do you see that from Steve Smith? Just mistiming it a little bit, and they are showing their true intent here.
Yeah, definitely. As David Warner cuts this one out into the offside, they're going for the second run. Oh, ball was in, but the throw was a bit loopy. Had it been flatter, David Warner would have been in trouble as he was running back to the striker's end. He goes up to 190, safe in the end. And, just showing a replay. He's struggling between the wickets, but deciding to go for the second. He really does have the motor, but Kyle Verreynne just picking the ball up off the bounce, unable to catch that cleanly. And had the throw been a little bit different, David Warner would have been in trouble.
That is show and display of heart and grit from David Warner there.
Definitely, as the last ball of the over is played off the back foot by Warner, hard into that cover region. But the fielders covering a lot of ground to retrieve that one. As they go through for another 2. David Warner on 192. That's the end of the over. And we're just seeing a couple of replays from that over. A massive over for the Australian batters. Very attacking, using their feet at the beginning of the over to come out of the crease. And then using the crease back deep in, playing off the back foot and just mixing up Maharaj's lengths.
And even the ball that went for the 6, it wasn't at all a bad ball. It was just really, really good batting from David Warner. You can see he's completely battered. He's out of it, but he's still laying it all out. And that's what you want to see from your player, from your lead player, from the player you look at and sought inspiration. The man who's on his 100th test match. He's playing like a complete animal. You can see he's down and out, but even then in the last ball, they were looking for the third run as Steve Smith was looking back at him, and he's nearing that 200 mark. And that is what South Africa seems to be missing here, Jen. And that's why I was so detailed about my explanation of what he's doing. South Africa seems to not have someone like that in their batting lineup that you can look at and be like, yeah, man, you see what you're doing? I want to do too. And imagine the confidence that the rest of the batting order is getting as they sit in the dugout waiting to go bat. They're going to play with so much freedom and so much expression, which is what the platform that has been laid here from David Warner. It's beautiful to watch. So the closer it gets to that 200, the Australian fans will be getting more happier, but the South Africans fans also might be getting happier because they don't know that his wicket comes a little bit closer.
Yeah, definitely. And Ravi Nair is being a bit more positive in the YouTube comments. He says, let me be positive. Australia all out within 10 runs of the new ball. Alga scores a double as does Temba. Australia all out for 56 in the last innings. Happy? Yeah. I mean, that would make me happy.
And to be very honest, it could happen. I love the fact that he's not looking at the positivity from getting the wickets of Australia, but rather the positivity of what South Africa can do in replicating what the Australians are currently doing. So, Ravi, I'm with you on that take, my brother.
Yeah, definitely. As South African supporters, we have to be positive. But David Warner, as well as he has batted so far this innings, he really is not looking happy. Sitting on a garden chair out in the middle of the MCG, the physio working on his left leg, seems to be cramping hamstring and quad, but just a grimace on his face.
He
Not
is
looking
completely washed. His face looks almost pale, Jen. He's completely crushed. But you'd rather be there batting than going back and sitting and watching, because when will you get that drive, that rhythm again? So
Yeah.
my word, this is crazy stuff that we're watching here.
Yeah, definitely. You do want to make the most of a form. I had a coach once who said, when it's your day, make it your best day. And that is definitely what David Warner is trying to do here. He's in agony, but he's working through it, playing through it, and just trying to make the most of it.
Ever had situations like that yourself, Shanna?
I don't think I've batted long enough to. We only play 50 over cricket, so I think being out there for more than 70 overs would definitely do that. But yeah, I haven't experienced something as bad as this looks.
Look at that, man. Maybe they should just give him a sympathy 200.
No, he must work for it.
Jagannath Adishesha says, congratulations to Dean Aldgar, bowing out the World Test Championship finals because of his stubbornness. So it will be India and Australia in the finals, because it's looking pretty dark here for the Australians. Tell us, Jagannath, what's his stubbornness? Break it down for us. We want to hear more of your thought processes. What is he being stubborn about? You can also drop your comments on our YouTube platform. Search for One World Sports Radio. Tell your friends and family if they just want an alternative listen to jump on to us as well. You can find us on our website, onewsr.com. Or you can go to our Twitter page. We'll also read your comments from there. You can find us at One WSR rather, and on Facebook at One World Sports Radio. So, let's hear your talks. David Warner is gritting it out. Steve Smith is looking cool on 85. That lead is on 125 now. That partnership is looking absolutely delicious.
Yeah, it definitely is looking good, as we seem to be back in it. David Warner putting his gloves back on and seems to have recovered a little bit here. Australia leading by 125. Warner is on 192, so he needs 8 runs to beat that double century mark. But Steve Smith is on strike to Anrich Nortje here. He's bowled 11 overs, just gone for 42 runs. No wickets so far, but he's only bowled 1 over in this spell so far. And he's looked really aggressive, really attacking. So far, so good.
Bringing back Andrik Nokia. There was even a question asking who will take the new ball between Janssen and Gedi. And it might be that Dean Alga's just waiting for the right time so that Janssen is in rhythm for the new ball.
Yeah, definitely. It's short outside the off stump. And here's the breakthrough for the South Africans. Steve Smith just guiding this into the hands of the man at Gully. And Anrich Nokia is the one to make the breakthrough. It's not the tired, worn-out David Warner. It is Steve Smith. And this is the break in the attack that the South Africans have been searching for. As a brilliant ball there. A good catch. It came off the bat really fast. Marco Jansen hands around that ball there. Safe as houses.
Take a bow, Andrik Nokia. Take a very blessed bow. Taking out Steve Smith, you saw in the previous over that he was asking questions, not questions that you thought that would bring a wicket in his very next over, but that short ball finally bringing the demise of Steve Smith, that extra pace from Nokia, the confidence that he's bowling with as well, because you can see it in his walk, in his run-up, in his stride, gets the wicket of Steve Smith. Wonderful work from him. It's 314 for 3.
Yeah, wonderful break there. That break and play that we had, a bit of a drinks break there, also for David Warner to sort out what was happening in his left leg. Perhaps just broke the concentration of Steve Smith. That was Tennis the Brain who took the catch at Gully, not Marco Jansen, who was in the slips as well. But a good catch there from him, and just that play. It almost felt like he guided that into the hands of Tennis the Brain.
I think he was trying to play it over, but the ball didn't rise as much as he thought it would, just nipping that bottom edge as it slid to the hands of Sinister Brain at Gully. Look at the old ball working wonders and causing the demise, because if that ball was any fresher, he gets that in the middle of the bat. But it brings in Travis Head, the man with with 100-run average this summer. Crazy.
Yeah,
Here
this
he
summer
comes,
he's played 4 matches, 404 runs with 102 50s, and as you said, that average of 101. That is outstanding.
And how brilliant was his 90 in that green Mamba pitch at the Gabba. He did not care about the feelings of the ball, the batters, or any South African. He was just like, let me show you what I can do. And he played some Baz ball of his own right, which is what Ravi Nair is saying that Dean Alga is what? Stubborn about. Why aren't you playing Baz ball? Why are you being defensive? But the bowlers are definitely bowling Baz ball here.
Yeah, definitely. As Anrich Nokia is in just after this wicket, this time to Travis Head. His right arm over to the left-handed batter. This into the hip of Travis Head, who plays this out to the fine leg region. He's off the mark, 1 of 1, which will put David Warner 192 runs. The score 315 for 3. A bit of a change in what we're saying here. It's been so many runs for 2 for such a long time.
Just replaying that wicket. How perfectly did he find the brain there? It's absolutely crazy how the angles worked.
Yeah, he has been picking so many gaps today, Steve Smith, but just unfortunate on that occasion. Anrich Nokia this time to David Warner, bowling right arm around the wicket to Warner. This going with the arm and beating the bat there. Warner going on a bit of a flat bat shot, but the bounce of Anrich Nokia just beating him there. Goes through to Calvarena for no run.
David Warner's feet are wobbly. As we saw how he took so much time to recover, there was no foot movement in playing that shot, just the waff on the bat. And Anrich Nokia is not the man you want to be doing that to as he charges in for his 4th ball.
Yeah, definitely is not someone you want to look tired against, as he will come back confidently and take full advantage of that. Right arm around the wicket to Warner. this time on leg stump, and Warner having to get behind that quite quickly. He is feeling a bit rushed, I can imagine, as he just defends that out into the leg side for no run.
Could be that maybe in the back of his mind as well, he's thinking that his break cost Steve Smith his wicket, because we all know the psychological effect it takes of you breaking that rhythm for quite some time and then coming back and hoping to recover from it. So maybe all of those things are now playing in his head, and he wants that 200 more than ever.
Yeah, definitely. Nokia to Warner off the back foot, drives this hard into the cover region. There's a dive by the man there. Can't see who that is, but Temba Bavuma gets a hand to that. He hit that really hard, but they go through for a single. Warner to 193.
That was all round good cricket. The only thing David Warner can do is rely on that back foot and just play his shot. Finds the middle of that bat perfectly and extra cover. One of the best fielders in the world, you can say, is Temba Bavuma, able to get a hand on that because there was a certain boundary.
Yeah, definitely a very good shot by the man on 193. Australia leads by 127, one ball left in the over. Right arm over the wicket to Travis Head. It's a bouncer, a well-directed one, as Travis Head just ducks underneath that one. That brings us to the end of the 75th over, 316 for 3. And the second new ball is available in 5 overs, so the South Africans will be looking forward to that. But who needs a new ball when you have Anrich Nokia at full aggression?
A nice follow second ball for Travis Head. Anrich is saying, yeah, welcome to the playground, my boy. I am the master toy maker, as he grabs the wicket of Steve Smith in that over. And now the lead is slowly growing even further now. Trying to do the math because it's not on my screens, which is really unfortunate. And I'm not going to do it until it shows.
Yeah.
It's early in the morning. So I'd rather tell you that Jagannath has answered us on telling us what stubbornness means for Dean Alga. We'll just let you know after the end of what will be a quick Maharaj over.
Yeah, Maharaj in again. This is his 23rd over. He's gone for 94 runs. He's bowling to the in batter, David Warner, who goes on the reverse sweep and finding the man at a deep backward point, third man type of region. And they go through for a single. The new batter, Travis Head, he's on 1 of 2, will face the South African spinner.
How they wish they could just jump onto the services of a right arm off spinner right now. Both Travis Head and David Warner, left-hand batters. And this is maybe when you can think of Marco Jansen as a left armer.
Yeah, definitely.
Been preaching that message since the 70th over.
Yeah, definitely a good option as Travis Head just goes on the back foot and plays this back to Keshav Maharaj for no run. Yeah, it would have been nice to see pace from both ends, but Dean Alga has decided to keep Maharaj on and keep rotating the pace bowlers on the other end. As this ball just going with the spin onto that leg stump, and Head plays this out to the leg side for a single.
Maharaj's job is simple: contain, contain, contain. But his economy rate is at 4.3. Question the job, or you question what he has been doing because of what Australia has been dishing up in reply.
Yeah, yeah, definitely questioning. And this one is short on leg stump and it was hard through the leg side, but mishits it completely as it crashes into his right foot and bobbles out into the offside for no run. 2 balls left in the over. Maharaj to David Warner hits this hard straight back to Keshav Maharaj, who does get hands to that one. Vince, that was a very good cricket shot as he just got to the pitch of the ball, played hard through it with a straight bat. But Keshav not allowing that to go past him. Next one plays with soft hands into the leg side. They get through for a single, and David Warner will maintain the strike on the other end, as that's the end of the 76th over, 319 for 3. David Warner needing just 5 runs to reach his 200 mark.
That lead now is on 130 runs. And you can see David Warner has been batting very quickly, striking at 78, which is at a brisk pace if you ask us. And we're speaking up of Jagannath's stubbornness in terms of Dean Alga. He's saying stubbornness means Dean Alga not playing a 7-4 split, meaning 7 batters and 4 bowlers, and playing players based on conditions and not on reputation. Like Jansen dropped for 2 test matches versus England and playing Maharaj ahead of Harmer when opposing a lot of left-handed batters. Left-handed batters with the right armour always works better, and picking players on reputation rather than conditions. Jagannath, we hear you, my brother.
We do hear you for sure. As Ngidi replaces Anrich Nokia, the man who made the break in the previous over. Ngidi, a good start to the over with a dot ball.
Thoughts on Jagannath's comment?
Yeah, I hear him. I definitely do hear you, Jagannath. I do think that there have been a couple of interesting decisions, but as a South African supporter, we support what's on the field. As Lungi Ngidi, right arm around the wickets to David Warner, who plays this hard into the covers, but Temba Bavuma body behind the ball prevents that from going past. Then Lungi Ngidi, 2 dots this over.
Offering a little bit more width, and as we've been saying, that the feet of David Warner are completely gone under him, just swatting at. But it was an inviting ball from Lungingiti. Will one just nab the edge and fly to the slips?
Yeah, that is a hopeful statement there. As Ngidi is in off this time, short and wide. David Warner does good work to keep that down. He plays on top of that ball as he plays this out into the ground to the third man region. They come through for a single. Oof. He had reached for that quite far.
I think it was a deliberate plan from Lungingiti because he knows that the feet of David Warner are gone. So just chucking it wide puts him in very uncomfortable positions. He can't get his head to the ball. He can't move his body freely. So that induces more mistakes from the batter. It's unfortunate now that it's back to Travis Head.
He's on 2 of 4 as Ngidi is in 4th ball of the over. This one back of a length outside the off stump and played very well. Back foot drive through the covers, finding the gap, racing away for 4. And you called it, Mpendulo. Don't give the fresh man width outside the off stump, and he will punish you, and he has. So good call.
Beautiful. That was just so gorgeous. Look at the difference in the feet. He's still able to jump around, and oh my word, just splits them in half right in the middle of the bat. It's Travis Head. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, he played that really well, waited for the ball, played it under his eyes. That's textbook kind of stuff. As he will face the 5th ball of the over this time. It's full on leg stump, and Travis Head just plays this out to the fielder on the leg side at mid-wicket. They get through for a single, so Lungi Ngidi will have 1 ball to bowl to David Warner. He's just 4 runs short of his double century.
Looking it is having quite an indifferent match, going at around 3.5 runs and over, 2 maidens in his 14th, but now he's bowling to a rather frail looking David Warner.
Right arm around the wicket to David Warner. And this time he finds the outside edge. Marco Jansen putting in a big dive to his left, but unfortunately unable to get that. That brings up the 200 for David Warner, who is unbelievably ecstatic. But it came at a little bit of a problem there for the South Africans. That was the chance that they had, unable to hold on to it. But David Warner also had the chance, which brings up his double century in his 100th test match. That's his highest score at the MCG. And he is in pain.
Ladies and gentlemen, whether you are South African, Indian, Australian, English, whatever you are, if you are a cricket loving fan, you will appreciate what we have just witnessed here from David Warner. On his 100th Test match, playing on absolutely dead legs, fortune was on his favor the way he played because that edge could have landed on the hand of the tallest man of the field. And they grant him his 200. What a splendid inning to watch. And we have to give props to what we've just witnessed.
Yeah, definitely props to him. He's stuck it out, held his ground out there. And when he makes his celebratory jump, looks like nothing's wrong with him, even though he's in unbelievable pain.
I laugh because after his jump, he aggravated that left leg. And you saw that left leg, the hamstring, the quad, and the calves are all cramping up for David Warner. So he deserves that. He deserves that.
He does. He's batted unbelievably well so far today. And does he have more in him? The physio is out on the field again, just maybe popping in another slow mag. But he's not in good shape out there, limping all over the place.
Is that the Warner family?
Yeah. He has 3 daughters. It's a fun household.
They look so happy. But daddy is having a very tough time out there.
Yeah.
His face is completely pink, his sun burns, he's cramping up, but he has 200 runs, and that celebration tells you everything you need to know. Goes down on his knees, waving his bat and helmet up and down, screaming to the heavens, and then that jump, that patented David Warner jump, even on broken legs.
The jump was good, the landing not so much.
Oh.
Yeah, the whole crowd standing up. Big round of applause for them.
Now we wait to see. It's another pause in the play as David Warner receives his treatment. It's his 3rd score of 200 plus from his 335, which is his highest score, 235, and now 200 that he has scored here today. And I'm sure he will remember this one for a while.
Yeah, definitely. That celebration just shows the passion that he has. As a cricketer, I can say that you work so hard behind the scenes, and when things flop a bit in the game, it's unbelievably disappointing. But when you succeed, it's another type of feeling.
The time has come for David Warner. The time has come for him to genuinely retire hurt. He has reached that incredible mark of 200 in his 100th Test match. He will never forget it. And these are scenes that will go around the entire world because, wow, he's shown some bravery here.
Yeah, he really has. And we are joined in commentary by Anis Mohammed. If you're okay, Pendulo, I'm going to step off for a little bit. I'm feeling a bit hungry.
No problem, no problem.
Pudding. I feel like a child. How you doing, Pendulo?
All good, Anis. I was just looking at the stats to see who has scored 200 on their 100th Test match, and it seems to be Joe Root and David Warner only.
Yeah, yeah. And this one, I think this one would mean just the visual of this means so much. You see, he looks like he's a broken man.
He's played like a complete soldier, and thank you so much to Jenna. Jenna has been awesome in keeping us active to what's been happening. And how are you feeling, Anis?
I'm good. I was in for the first stint this morning for us, and then I had a bit of a lie down, and it got the better of me. But so yeah, I'm back, and I'm ready now. I got titles for my daughters, so I was 100%.
Nah, that's good stuff. And you come right on time for Cameron Green to walk in, and look at that. Jenna walks out, and another batter walks in.
But a fantastic
Loved how you
knock
were
by.
loved how you were talking about that, and Maharaj is now bowling to Travis Head. Clapped that to the covers, and it was a good stop from Temba Babu.
Just again, we're gonna wax whimsically onto the knock of David Warner.
David.
Yeah, just amazing sights here.
It was incredible to
200.
see. Now Travis Head getting some turn is Keshav Maharaj coming over the wicket, spinning it back into the left hander, was able to deal with it well. It's halfway through the over.
Ooh, that was a good delivery. That one, just getting the outside edge and running down to beating the man at third, running down to third man, so they come through for the single as Green is about to face his first ball. Do we think? Do you reckon South Africa can back for 3 days? For 2 days?
They haven't scored 207 innings in a row.
Oh,
I do not see it happening, but we can only live on faith.
look, this pitch is a lot different. This is, well, it looks flat, but it is turning now. So it looks flat. Doesn't look like it's giving too much assistance to the quicks. So maybe Dean Alga will always look uncomfortable, but he can slog through.
At times, you just look at the mindsets of how the team is feeling regarding a certain place in their game, which is their batting right now.
Yeah.
And it's an easy ball that has been bowled by a Maharaj, defended back from Cameron Green to face his first ball. I think it's beyond the skill sets, it's just the mindset that might be the problem here.
And a lot of people after this ball, this one just driven straight back to Maharaj for no run. That's the end of the over, 330 for 3. Australia. We've been getting a lot of questions. What if we were in charge? What would we change to improve this batting lineup? And it was, we were told, just don't put in our favorite players in the domestic scene. I don't know if it's a technical thing. I don't know if, like Otto was saying, I don't think we have a batting consultant or a batting coach.
For me, it'll probably always go down to a mindset thing because look, these guys are skilled. They are playing international cricket for a very good reason. But now, when we come to the latter parts of the batting order, you ask what it is that they're supposed to be doing, how they're supposed to be doing it. You know that when you come to England, it's baseball. The Australians are also aggressive in their approach when they play. With the likes of Travis Head, you're seeing David Warner's inning now, which was nearly at 80 runs per ball. So that's fantastic. South Africa might not have that.
Yeah. I think, I don't know if it's, as this one from Ngidis gives Travis Head works, and he's slashed away backward a point for 4. Gets on top of it, was airborne, but no one there. Between point and gully, runs down for 4, a bit loose from Ngidi. I don't really know if, unless it's a mindset thing, you get them one of those life coaches and send them up a mountain again. But other than doing that, as Lungi Ngidi comes again, this one outside offer gets smashed through this time for the point. For another 4, Lungi Ngidi again taken to task. That's 8 runs off the over now. 2 4s in a row. Australia are now stamping their authority on this game. Bowlers are tired, and they are taking advantage.
The lead is now going closer to that 150, and Travis Head already on 16 from 12 balls, and the excitement from your shot just demonstrates how good it was. Wide, outside off stump, kind of short, middle of nowhere length, and just a prize for Travis Head to just plant that wherever he wishes.
Lungi Ngidi coming over the wicket now. Oh, hit straight back to him, and he has a shot at the stumps, but hitting Head's bat. And an apology there from Lungi Ngidi. Changing his...
Love that. Just showing that, hey, I'm still here for you, boy. I don't think you've made us away.
Yeah. But as you can see, the pitch is innocuous. It's flat. It bounces through. Everything is fine. So perfect batting conditions.
It's beautiful. Even the sun is baking the pitch even harder, but that new ball is just several balls away now, and he's 9 balls to be exact.
That's going to be interesting, as this one is just outside off and hit down the ground to mid off. As you say, the new ball. Will South Africa used this new ball the way they should have used the first new ball, but because they just allowed David Warner to play himself in.
It's the questions that need answers, but you look at the length that Lungingit is bowling at now, except for that 4 with the second ball. The others are pretty much at a decent length. Even the one that was driven to the mid-off, it was mistimed by Travis Head, showing that maybe the length might be working. They must continue doing that when the new ball comes through too.
This one on the leg side, just straying in his line a bit, and it just worked out to find leg for the single green to face one ball of this Lungingidi over. Lungingidi is bowling a pretty good test match length. That's a very good test match length he's bowling. It's just the lines sometimes straying a bit. But this pitch is giving, with this old ball that's 79 overs old, it's giving them nothing.
Nothing, and you would have been hoping that there'd be some little of reverse swing, Yana, somewhere for someone to use.
We saw yesterday.
What happened yesterday?
Mitchell Stark and Pat Cummins got a little bit. So I was like, the sugar packets are out again.
Let me not get into that one. It might get us into trouble with our Australian audience.
Sugar packets were out. I'm like, oh my God, sugar. But then before it got too bad, South Africa got bowled out. Just a couple of things from YouTube. We got Ravine about David Warner. This like Dean Jones in Madras puking on the pitch on his way to 200, and then simply sworn at by Alan Border. Effing man up and do it. I was like, yeah, it was a hard man, Alan Border. And then Mursabas, Frotias. This is how you stick it to any critique. Show hard, proper balls. Well played, David Sunnybill Warner. Listen, David Sunnybill Warner ran into a little man called Pat Lambie one time, and then in PE, he got run over. So, yeah.
Look, and David Warner looked like he got ran over today, but I am with Mursa here. This is how you definitely stick it to them.
Yeah. As Maharaj coming in for his second ball, we just missed one, and there was no run of that. And Head coming forward and defending. Kesha flashes through his over.
He's been bowling for how long? This is his 25th over now. It's going at over 4 runs and over. Might say he's a little bit expensive.
Yeah, he's supposed to be doing a holding job. But this ball comes in now outside off, swatted away. Too short from Keshav Maharaj. Maybe it's time he took a bit of a rest. This is the last over before they can get the new ball. Oh, and it was a teasing one. And Anlik Nokia takes a dive. And now he's pulled up. That is going to be a problem. Oh, he's fine. Dean Elgar, really concerned.
I would be concerned too. That's the guy who's looking like he's the most threatening of all the bowlers, taking that wicket of Steve Smith. But hey, man, Travis Head is out here still doing what he was doing in the previous Test match.
You don't 2 balls before the new ball. You don't need to be diving around like that, Anlik Nokia.
Maybe he was just playing a prank on the Australians. That oh no, I'm down.
No, that's a mean prank to all the South African fans. This one is fuller from Keshav Maharaj, knowing that he's done. Keshav Maharaj is now going for 103 runs in his 25 overs. one ball to come in his 25th. Okay, at least one South African got a century, and then the first South African century of this tour. That's the last ball of the over, and it is just played to short leg for no run by Cameron Green. And now we're going to see the fast bowlers on again.
The new ball, Anis, the one we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see if this new ball moves off the seam or in through the air compared to the old ball.
Something somewhere, or does it play into the hands of the Australians and it pings from the bat and is able to go to the boundary quicker?
The harder ball does come off of the bat quicker, as you say. But it will be interesting to see if they can generate any juice off this. If this new ball will do anything off the wicket. If it doesn't, Dean Elgar should be looking to just dig in, build a trench, and just stay there for 3 days once they finally get rid of these guys.
It's going to be so difficult, but it's also going to be an interesting watch. Let's see what plans they're going to be putting in place. We see 2 slips, 1 gully. There's the man who are defending behind the stumps, your deep point and your deep fine leg. And the man who's standing at short extra cover. So that's what we're looking at, yeah? Pretty balanced field.
Would you go? I would go more aggressive now. The horse is bolted. I want wickets. Go for runs. It doesn't matter. So just try to get the wickets.
Sorry to cut you off there, Anis.
No problem.
Just try to get wickets, you were saying.
Just get wickets. Put 4 slips in, 5 guys around the bat. You're fine.
But here they are. Answering your call. Look at Kaya Zondo going under the helmet.
Short leg. Okay, so we're going to see some short stuff.
You should be the captain of the Proteas, man.
I do a lot worse than Dean Elgar. Oh, first ball! Short nearly takes heads off. No.
So, because if you look at the field, there's the man at square leg is behind square, and there's a deep fine leg as well. So they're like brothers standing next to each other, looking for that hook shot. So hey, man, that aggressive approach might be working as we have Otto the Oz Master coming in to join the party.
Otto.
Thanks, Impendulo. I got your message there. Tag team you. So,
oh no. This one, sort of a leg off. Defended straight down.
Thank you very much, my brother Otto. Enjoyed being
cheers, enjoy your day further. So thanks a lot to Mpendulo. Nortje. Australia lead by 155. Can Nortje make the new ball talk? He's bowling short with it, which I don't like. I would like to see Ngidi and Jansen with the new ball. That's a nice fuller one there. Off of his toes goes Travis Head. And the ball squirts out to third man for a single. Which delivery are you watching, Anis?
Just saw that delivery now. That was on middle and off and swung away, and then Head got the outside edge to the down to third for the single.
Okay, Green taking strike now.
Yep.
345 for 3 in the 81st over. The lead, as I said, 155. Current temperature in Melbourne at the MCG, 37.1. And that is enough to make a grown man cry.
37.1 and it's like 4.
And it's also a coastal city. Remember, the humidity is a factor as well. Nortje over the wicket and beats Green outside the off stump. Misses everything through to Verreina. Dot ball.
Oof.
He's getting the ball to straighten a little bit, angling in. Let's watch this closely. And hitting the seam and moving off the deck there. Very nice from Nortje.
fantastic sea movement. Oh, it was so close. Oh, it's a good leg. I don't think I like Anish Nokia taking the new ball in Australia. The ball doesn't move as much in the air as it does in England. So I would rather give him the new ball than Lungi Ngidi first up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're putting in a gully. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, short leg. Oh, keep it on the offside. And then the 2 back on the leg side. Fine leg and a deep backward square.
Yeah.
Outside.
In again to Cameron Green, left alone outside, off stump, no run.
Again, make the batsman play. Don't give them stuff to leave. The bounce is still very true on this wicket. It's not that buried as yet. It still leave on length quite confidently.
1 ball to go here in Nortje's over. And
that is so
we see a very interesting pitch map here with only 25 balls by all pace bowlers hitting the stumps. The rest, 316 deliveries missing the stumps. Green leaves this one alone on length and line, and there's no run there. 1 run off the 81st over, 345 for 3. Travis Head will be on strike with 23 off 23.
I'd love to see the side-by-side comparison of what the Aussies did in their, might not be as big a sample, but of what the Aussie Pacers did comparatively to the South Africans, just so that we can work out what the right length is.
So Ken says his power is back. And yes, Ken, if you can hear us, you're welcome to join. And then we can take the listeners through to the end of play today. Janssen with the new ball. That's
got your wish.
That's a good call. Yeah, I think so. He's conceded 39 runs, 1 maiden, no wickets yet, 12 overs for 39. He's going to be bowling the 82nd over.
Marco Jansen likes attacking the stumps. For such a tall bowler, whenever I see a tall bowler, I think like the prototypical Morne Morko, bowl short of a length, ball rising, everything above knuckle level, making batters uncomfortable, pitching the odd one up. But Marco Jansen likes pitching it up, searching for the swing.
Yeah, and he does get swing. He's bowling to left-handed Travis Head now.
Ooh,
over the wicket
he
comes. Oh, a nice shape there. Just a little bow shape there going away from the left-hander by Marco Jansen. Now, that's the kind of delivery that some would say swings too early. But definitely something there for Jansen to work with. Australia's fans in high spirits, and well, they might be, even if South Africa take the wickets now, as Jansen goes down the leg side onto the leg stump of Travis Head, and he lifts this one high into the air over the boundary rope at square leg for 6. Ouch.
Oof.
Travis Head moves on to 29 of 25. Australia 350 runs up in 81.2 overs at a run rate of 4.3. So almost double the South African innings run rate.
In the arc, at the park. Stomped it its way. Straight on leg stump. Travis Head had no problem just helping that one. All along, does it hit the... No, it doesn't hit.
Almost taking out the security guard and beats the outside edge this time, does Marco Jansen, with a fuller pitch delivery. That Travis Head went forward defensive to, and it goes through to Verreynne for no run. Sure, this is hard work for the Proteas, but they just need to keep their spirits up, and they're well out of the game now in terms of victory, I would say. It'll be absolutely miraculous if they manage to score the 7 wickets they need to bat again and then pile on the runs to set the target for Australia. Looking highly unlikely. This one by Marco Jansen is left alone by Travis Head outside his off stump. Through to the keeper on the bounce. No run. It was a bit slower ball there, 132 k's an hour.
Sadiq
Yeah,
Sumros,
Sadiq.
you did
Yeah.
warn, get Head out early or he will race away.
And he is off to the races. He's on 29 of 27. Very, very clear game plan here from Australia. Jansen attacking the stumps and just defended by Travis Head to mid-on for no run. Just pile on the pressure, keep the pressure on, hammer home the advantage and win the series today. They can definitely put themselves into a 200, 250 run lead from this position easily, and then have enough time to bowl South Africa out and chase down whatever South Africa managed to put up. Another one onto the leg stump of Travis Head, and this time it's only 4 runs to Travis Head over deep mid-wicket. Just flick that off his pad. And easy 4 there for Travis Head. He's now on 33 of 29, 10 overs off Marco Jansen's over. Just straying in line there, trying to attack the stumps, trying to get the movement to straighten, but not getting that swing. We see that so often. You pitch the ball way outside off stump and it whoops around, and then as soon as you bowl it a bit straighter to try and get that movement to work in your favor, it doesn't swing at all, and the batsman just clips it away.
We're having Kagiso Rabada on the boundary there, stretching with the crowd behind him. All of them mimicking him. That was an amazing sight.
Yeah. So the Travis Head innings being replayed here with some highlights already. Definitely given a license here as Nortje goes to Cameron Green, who's all behind this one, just on a good length on that off stump line, defended by Green, back down the pitch. 355 for 3 in the 83rd over has just started, and Sadiq Sumro saying, I wish I could say such things about Proteas batters, that they can come in and race away. Yeah, that's very true.
It's not like the Proteas don't have the batters, it's just application. And they don't have
but who do we have that can walk in and do this against a top pace attack? 3 slips in for Nortje, floats this one up outside off stump, driven straight to extra cover, who's in a shortish catching position. Extra cover mid-off region. No run. Green on 0 of 9. Australia lead now by 166 runs. They're almost getting to the 189 run mark, which means that they would have scored double what South Africa managed.
Green also coming off a fifer. We forget that he's coming off a fifer bowling. So genuine all-rounder.
Most unanticipated fifer.
Oh, yeah.
And this one is a very nice Yorker by Nortje, going for the kill, and Green managing to dig that out. No run. 3 dots for Nortje. So, have to concede. Good call by Algar so far to give Nortje the new ball. And the man I was backing with the new ball, Marco Jansen, being a little bit more wayward in his line, straying onto leg stump. Bowling to Travis Head, perhaps the more difficult of the 2 assignments, with Nortje bowling to Green again, past the umpire, onto leg stump. This ball bobbles up in the air, and short square leg almost managing to get to that. Kaya Zondo diving to his left and forward. The ball just bobbled up in the air off Green there. Let's see if it struck any. Yep, it was off the splice. Green not in control of that at all. Bobbled teasingly, invitingly close to Kaya Zondo there at short square leg and just beyond his reach. And he's standing just in front of square. is Kaya Zondo. 2 balls to go in the 83rd over. 355 for 3. Nortje past the umpire. 3 slips in onto the middle stump of Cameron Green, who can't get it away. Straight to mid-on. No run. Oh, this is
such an attacking line. It's great to see.
Making Green play. That's good. Using the new ball. He beat Green a couple of times in his previous over. He's bowling his 14th now, 1 for 45. And Andrich Nortje.
Yeah, definitely not wasting this one. Bowling attacking lines. That's what you want to see. What we wanted to see yesterday, first up.
Nortje onto the middle stump of Cameron Green. Flicks this one through the air, but safely down to square leg, where it's picked up at backward square. And Green gets off the mark with 2 runs. 357 for 3 after 83 overs. 2 for 13 for Cameron Green, and Travis Head is there with him on 33 of 29, and it looks like drinks will be coming onto the field. So David Warner retired hurt on 200, jumping into the air to celebrate his double century and finally destroying his left leg. He had to leave the field, a hero. Absolute class from David Warner.
He'll be back after an ice bath. Or they're just going to do what he says, I'm done what I need to do, and then let South Africa back again so they can win the game. I
think looking at the rest of the tour, the rest of the season, it would probably be best to leave David Warner in the change room and let him recover fully from that left leg. Maybe they'll bring him out if South Africa manage to rip through the Australian lower middle order, middle and lower order, because we're still in the top 5 here.
Yeah,
and some good batting to come still for Australia. So it will all depend on the match situation. But I would be very surprised if David Warner gets back out into the middle today.
Even now though, with the South African batting lineup, Australia have enough.
They do, and Warner scoring more than half of the runs as it stands right now. And take away that double ton, and even if Warner were out for naught, they would have take away his score. It's 157 for 3, which is not bad either.
Yeah.
This is a batting class was a batting masterclass from David Warner. Some cricket lessons being dished out to the South Africans in the first test, and now the second test. The lessons continue.
Oh, just watch
replay of Warner leaving the field while drinks are being taken. Magnificent double century by David Warner. So even as a South African fan, well done, David Warner. Well done, well played, and really a fighting innings. I mean, ever since he reached his 130, 140 around there, he started to look like he was out on his feet. He had cold towels, ice towels on his head and around his neck, drenching himself with water at every opportunity. But his family watching on today can be very proud, and as can all the Australian fans. And the Proteas fans must just grin and bear it at this point.
Oh yeah. We just hope the only possible results now are a Australian victory or South Africa show heart and dig out for 3 days and play for a draw. Because
that would be great. That would be amazing.
If Australia have to chase anything under 300 with more than 3 sessions, they're gonna go for it.
they're going to do it. Yeah. Yeah, and all of the bowling figures looking bad now for South Africa in terms of economy. Most economic bowler, Marco Jansen on 3.7 and Andrich Nortje on 3.3, but the rest all going for over 4 runs and over, which in Test cricket is not ideal, shall we say. Marco Jansen will continue. His figures got ruined a little bit in that first over, conceding 10 runs with the new ball. Nortje now having a chat to Jansen as well.
Consulting with his bowler, and his bowler telling him where he wants the guys, instead of having a plan, telling the bowler both of the plan. His bowler is needing to come up with a plan, and it's a very young bowler that is putting that pressure on. It seems.
He's gone on to leg stump again, has Marco Jansen, giving a single there to Travis Head. Maybe that's a good plan. Just get him off strike. Travis Head on 34 of 30 now. 358 for 3 is the score. The lead is 169 for Australia. Cameron Green facing Marco Jansen on 2 of 13. He came in for the retired hurt David Warner, joining Travis Head at the crease. Still looking to get his eye in. Cameron Green looking very uncomfortable against Andrich Nortje in the 2 overs that he faced with the new ball coming at him at 150 clicks. Yeah, 50 for Marco Jansen in 13.1 overs. Yes, as you pointed out, the first South African 100 of this tour. 2 slips in a gully, short square leg, and outside off stump, left alone by Cameron Green. Marco Jansen going across the the right-hander, excuse me. He's left-handed, going over the stumps. Let's see what he can do here.
Come back in. He needs a couple of balls to send across. Both 3 across him and then 1 coming back in, if he can get that ball to come back. But like we said, pitch it outside off and it swings hoops, pitching it straight. And
this one on a good length. Left alone on length by Cameron Green. It hops over the off stump through to the keeper, no run. Got his bat well out of the way that time.
Again, pitch is staying true.
Yep, it's not a bad pitch to be batting on, it looks like. Hopefully it'll stay that way as Jansen comes in. Stay that way when South Africa bat again. This one is defended to backward point for no run.
Ooh.
By Cameron Green. Jansen ready to go with the 5th ball of the over.
That came back very nicely. The previous one, just off a short of a length, bounced up. Green defended, tucked up. That's a good length, good line as well.
Jansen in again over the wicket, wide outside leg stump, left alone by Cameron Green. No run there.
Oh, short, doesn't swing it that much. This one, Green having no problem to just leave it alone and evade.
So you can see Jansen just mimicking the action that he wants to get with that ball. Does look like he's trying to get it to move in from that off stump line. See if he can get it done with its last delivery on off stump, driven very nicely by Cameron Green. It goes past a wideish mid off and through to the long off boundary for 4.
Short.
362 for 3. And that is Marco Jansen's 14th over done. 0 for 54. See, nice footwork there by Cameron Green and dispatching that delivery to long off for 4. Good shot.
These 2 Aussies batting well within their crease, not because of the extra pace generated from Marco Jansen and Heinrich Nokia. I'm surprised that no one's brought that to their attention just so that they can adjust their lines.
84 overs
their
gone.
length, sorry.
Nortje will continue. He is the only bowler for South Africa that hasn't conceded 50 runs yet. He's on 1 for 47 or 14. And now he's the most economical bowler on 3.35 runs per over. He comes right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head. And this one is outside off stump, just dabbed back down into the ground by Head for no run. Good morning, Mr. Borland.
Morning, Ken.
Good morning, Otto. Good morning. Is that Anise in the panels there?
Yes.
Yep. So
I need to find a new
nice
spot.
of you. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us.
You can thank them for restoring
Anise,
my
are you
power.
okay? Oh, great stuff. Yeah, that's good to hear. May the electrons flow through your circuits. Nortje, right arm over to Head on middle and leg, flicked away by Head. Not getting the same elevation this time, just a single. 363 for 3. You two okay to continue through to the close?
Yep.
Great stuff. I will leave you to it. I'll be checking if I can share and like and add some comments here in our feed. And thank you so much, Ken, for joining us. Thank you so much, Anise. Really do appreciate it. Take wickets, except when we bat.
We hope so. We just see stretching those hamstrings. We've already seen one player break down because of cramp, that being David Warner after getting to his double ton. A fantastic knock from him. As steaming it now. This one short of a length into the body, very straight to green, and it bounces just short of Kaya Zondo at short leg, but played down with soft hands.
Nokia's effort today has been nothing short of magnificent. I know David Warner will steal the headlights, and it was a marvellous double century, but I'm pretty sure he had to work a lot less than Heinrich Nokia did, running in 38-degree heat, bowling at consistently 150 kilometers an hour and more. And it's only now late in the day that his pace has just flagged a little bit, but it's still at 145. He's been phenomenal today.
That's what short again to the body of Green. Heinrich Nokia remembering what Green was doing when he had ball in hand, saying, enough of that. Yes, I can bowl as well. Dropping this one short, getting Green on the hand. Green doing the right thing, not showing any weakness. Just getting that finger just getting jammed. Oh, and there he's going to need some medical attention. Oh, he's bleeding.
He's the third Australian to have some finger trouble in the test match. Mitchell Stark, unfortunately, outfield yesterday, dislocated a finger. And David Warner was getting some attention earlier today for a blow on the hands, and now Cameron Green. So there's a bit of life in this pitch field, especially in terms of bounce.
The bounce is true. It's not. It's not up and down. It's not uneven. It's true. The bounce is fair. It's not snipping about off the wicket. It's a good batting wicket.
For sure, an excellent pitch, I would say. And I'm sure when we see Australia bowl again, perhaps they'll extract a bit more life out of it. Nathan Lyon will probably get a bit more turn. I thought the Proteas bowled really manfully this morning in the pre-lunch session, and were unlucky. They could have had a couple more wickets, but then in the heat of the day and the pitch was flushing out, and two really good set batsmen.
We
pretty hair-raising at times.
We think of Steve Smith getting dropped. and then being caught with a no ball.
He wasn't. He wasn't. The flicker and hotspot showed there was no edge
Oh,
when
what?
Varane the second time. So no, when Varane caught him off a no ball, it
Yeah.
wasn't an edge. So that
Okay.
would be a relief for Peter about it.
Yes, because Steve Smith actually went up very quickly, but it looked because they didn't show hotspot for while we were on air. They didn't show a hotspot for that catch. They just showed Snicko, and it looked as if there was a bit of a spike as the ball passed the bat before it hit his shoulder. So it's very slight spike, but they didn't want to show hotspot.
The consensus on TV was that there wasn't any contact, and the way Smith went up straight away makes me think that there probably wasn't.
As we just see,
the crowd in Bay 13 is still going strong. It's a very, very hot day in Melbourne. So you've got to admire their tenacity as well.
Oh, they're down to like 30. There's only 38,000 people there today. It's a Tuesday.
Still a really, really good crowd for Test tickets. We would dream of 38,000 in South Africa.
Bowling hand, is that that looks bad actually.
There was definitely blood. Well, you can see blood. There's a lot of blood on the bandages they're using. And it's looking rather nasty dense. There's Cameron Green. Is it his forefinger? It's his forefinger.
Yeah, of his right hand. They're just showing the run out of Mandis Labuskafny. Oh! Don't run off it.
Well, I just felt that's where David Warner's over enthusiasm cost Labuschagne, because it was really impressive how Warner came out and had such high intensity and was looking for every single run on offer. But that was a bit of a crazy call, because Labuschagne had been taking what was originally a quick single, had run through the pitch at the batsman's end. He had a good 30 metres to run rather than the usual. And you could see he wanted to send Warner back. But then obviously realised that Warner's under set. He could never let Warner get run out. And so he sacrificed himself. But he'll be sad at missing out on such a wonderful batting deck, as Cameron Green is leaving the field. So we have a second batsman retiring hurt in the city.
Wow.
So number 7 is going to come to the crease now. And I think there's only been 2 wickets taken by bowlers in the innings, but number 7 is coming in. So it's a very interesting scorecard.
3, 6, 3 for 5 effectively, but with 2 retired hurts. That could be a worry for Australia. Will there be a bowler short? And tomorrow's going to be just as hot. South Africa are going to try to get through these wickets.
There might even be 2 bowlers short, because Mitchell Stark hasn't really taken any further part in the game.
True. Will he come out and bat?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, he came back onto the field late yesterday afternoon, but then as soon as Cameron Green started running through the crowd and they realised we probably won't need to start, they took him off the field again, which suggests his figure's not 100%. It's his bowling hand as well. So it'll be very interesting. There might be 2 bowlers down, you never know.
That might. Let's not count the chickens before they hatch. But that would be an interesting connotation for South Africa, with an Aussie attack that's now depleted. Bowling in this heat.
A small glimmer of hope, but they've still got Marnus Labuschagne can bowl some leg spin. I'm sure Steve Smith can still bowl some of his leg spin. And their lead is so great, 174 already with 7 wickets in hand.
And we know how South Africans feel about leg spinners from Australia.
We're not the only country.
Of course, the great Shane Warne, this was his home ground, paying attaching tribute to him yesterday. But he would have been part of the last set of Aussie teams to do this to a South African team in Australia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Alex Carey got off the mark first ball, then I took a punch straight down the ground for a couple of runs off unnecessary care. In case people have forgotten, South Africa have won the last two in Australia.
Correct. This one is short from Anrik Nokia. Carey goes for the pull, but mistimes it hits him on the thigh pad, bobbles up and goes nowhere. Cleaned up by Kaya Zondo at short leg. That's the end of the over. Just having a stump view.
So it's a glorious sunny day in Melbourne. That's a little bit of cloud, providing a little bit of cool for the red spot. And then the
So
coach is another tough day in the field today.
As we have Marco Jansen, 365 for 3, effectively for 5. This one straying down the leg side, and it goes deeper for no run. Australia lead by 176. Travis Head is 35 of 33, and Carey, new to the wicket, is 2 of 2. The South African bowlers toiling. Herschel Gibbs prediction coming through. Don't say South Africa's the best bowling attack. They haven't bowled on batting friendly wickets yet.
Yeah, it's a good point. Although I think they've shown today that with a bit more luck, they're still a very, very good attack.
This one is short from Marco Jansen, and Travis Head keeps this one out, not giving him any room to free the arms. I think a very good ploy from Marco Jansen. If you want to get runs, hit me. And make Travis Head do the work.
So that must take quite a lot of effort to bowl these good tasty short balls late in the day, what's been a really testing day, physically and mentally for South Africa.
As this one is on off stump, just outside, and Travis Head just a gentle push to the offside, and he comes through for a single. We have memories of guys like Makayantini and Dale Steyn just running in, showing their immense fitness, bowling quicker the more they bowled towards the end of the day, it would seem.
Well, perhaps the most amazing piece of endurance in Australia was Sean Follitt. Back in Adelaide, I think in the not even have been in the late 90s, when he bowled something like 37 overs in the day on another like 40-degree day in Australia when the batsmen were totally dominant.
Yeah. This is I think the pitch at the Gabba that was served up at the Gabba was, I don't want to say an abomination, but it shifted away from what's normally expected in Australia, especially recently, where everything seems the pitches are hard, they're true, they're flat. And
yeah, there's certainly an anomaly for what you usually get in Australia.
Travis, this one, Carey facing Marco Jansen now. This one's short, and it bounces, and Carey gets onto the back foot and just dabs it to the offside. And Nokia having some fun with the crowd, chugging a full bottle of water, completely
I'm sure
empty.
he's won a few of them over today with his efforts. Everyone loves to see a fast bowler running in, bowling at 150.
And then again, this one outside off again and driven well, but stopped at mid off, and there is no run. The end of the 86th over, Australia 366 for 3. And we are seeing highlights of Green's injury. We see Steve Smith wearing one. Seeing Green weighing 2.
Yeah, I forgot about Lungi Ngidi hitting Steve Smith as well. Painful blow in the hand. I don't think he needed any treatment, but it just shows you that there is bounce in this pitch. And that's going to be something the coaches that's going to have to contend with. When they try and
Has South Africa reverted to what they normally do? They have no ideas how to get a batsman out. Let's bowl short.
I don't think they've overdone the short ball. I think it's been an effective way to try and stem the flow of runs.
There was a graphic earlier on, and it was like only 26 deliveries from the South African Pacers would have hit the stumps.
Yeah, I think as Head has just turned Anick Nortje for a single on the leg side. I think today was going to be all about trying to keep the run rate down. And so the Proteas bowlers did not want to get too straight. He did not want to necessarily bowl on the stump. With the extra bounce as well, it's going to be difficult to get LBW. Your best modes of dismissals are probably caught behind the stump. So I think that the tactic was very much trying to be in that tunnel outside of stump and let the batsman try and come and get you over there.
This one short of a length and Carey playing off the back foot. I think Anick Nortje is struggling now. He's stretching those hamstrings every ball before delivering every ball, and his pace has dropped significantly. He's down to only 142 k's an hour.
We're going to need him in Sydney. I think Dean Elgar needs to be careful now about how he handles Anick Nortje. Perhaps it's time for the Bada to come on, or maybe even Keshav Maharaj. Just save your fast bowlers a bit.
This one full on middle and leg and dug out well by Travis Head, and there is no run. I'm actually with Anick Nortje bowling at 155. I'm surprised he didn't put up a couple more Yorkers. He did bowl a couple of fantastic Yorkers that were dug out well by both David Warner and Steve Smith. Ooh, this one comes back and cuts him in half. There's half an appeal from Calverain. Carey not looking comfortable at all with that one, and they are not going to go up.
Team movement as well late in the day for Anick Nortje. That was a hell of a delivery. Team back into the left hander, as you say, cutting him in half. Probably didn't clear the stumps by too much.
Very good delivery. You're showing that the pitch is true and good to bat on, but if you bend your back, you'll find something. You will be rewarded for your effort.
But in it for everyone.
Okay, and again this one on off middle and off, and Carey pushes away from his body and just gets it to a mid off for no run. Seeing replays of David Warner limping off the field as Nortje comes in for his final delivery, short of a length again. on middle and off again, defended by Travis Head off the back foot. The score is 367 for 3, and that's the end of the 87th over.
So just 3 overs left in the day's play. Which South Africa gets in by in the next 30 minutes, 6 p.m. local time.
15 overs left.
Oh, of course, because they bowled. Sorry, I
Yeah.
was thinking 90 overs in a day, but of course we had a few overs last night already. So no, with only 20 minutes left today, they're going to definitely
They'll
be
get 5. They'll
a
get
dozen
4 or
or
5.
so short. So they bowled 12 overs yesterday evening, so they've only bowled 75 today.
That's a good short one from Marco Jansen now, who's continuing. Travis Head having to leap up and defend.
He handled it well, got on top of the bounce very quickly.
One looked as it hit him on the gloves as well. Again, South Africa aiming for those hands, not on purpose.
Oh, I think it must be on purpose.
This one outside of stump, rather innocuously and left alone by Travis Head.
I want to try and make it as awkward as possible for the batsman.
Jansen coming in now for the third delivery of the over. Charging in past the umpire now. Short outside off and swatted by Travis Head. Looked like it took him by surprise because he was off his feet, playing the cut shot to the offside. No real power or timing in it. And it runs to the offside for 1 run. Carry on strike now. Siddiq Sumro asked you, Ken, I was asking Otto about it. He seemed unaware about the T20 World Cup inquiry committee to look into the reason behind early exit. What is the status? Has the report been published? It's talking about South Africa's...
Nothing's happened. No word on who the panel is. No word on when they're meeting. No, nothing's come out of that so far.
This one outside off stump again and left alone by Carey this time. And no run. And then Siddiq also says, this seems like the only way for the Proteas to get into tail by hurting them and getting them run out. Bowlers are struggling big time today.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the problem with South Africa.
Totally agree.
On the first day, because ideally they should have been batting at the start of play today.
Yeah.
South Africa. But they've given Australia such an advantage.
This one outside of stump and Carey flashes at it, goes straight through to the keeper, gets nothing on it. So again, as we were saying yesterday morning, last night for everyone in Australia, they wasted the new ball. It's this first 15 overs. Australia didn't play at a lot of deliveries, and when they did, they looked sharp. But by then the pitch was also half dead. This one wide outside off stump and short and left alone by Carey, and that's the end of the over. Australia are 368 for 3 with a lead of 179, and then Siddiq also says to stress on Gibbs' comment about bowling attack lacking tooth on non-bowling pitches. They are all similar kind of bowlers. I disagree with that because you have outright pace in Anrich Nokia. You have a left arm seamer who does swing the ball in Marco Jansen. You have a proper Dale Steyn sort of swing fast bowler in Kagiso Rabada, and you have a swing bowler in Lungingidi, who and the self-named Kagiso Rabada is back into the attack.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a disappointment today, Kagiso Rabada. Out of sorts, just hasn't really looked in a decent rhythm, lacking his normal control. 16 overs for 81 runs. It's more than 5 runs an over.
Plays this one wide and outside off, and head smashes it through the covers, but can only manage to get 3. I think they're coming through for 3.
127 kilometers an hour.
They came for and that is going to be the worry. 127 when your premier fast bowler starts dropping below 130. That is when the worry starts. I remember it was a test in Durban versus England, and there were question marks if they'll stay in, and he started bowling in the 120s, and he broke down a couple of overs later. So worrying signs for South Africa now. This one coming up 131, a bit straighter. Maybe the bowlers are going on. They had a meeting and they're like, we're going on strike. The batsmen can't deliver the job. Why do we have to break our backs for them every time? We're tired.
Well, you would have sympathy for them if they did, that's for sure.
Yeah. This one, good length, outside, off, and carry defense down the ground for no run.
About its pace up to 133 now. But it has been a bit of a talking point how long it's taken Rabada to kind of get into his spells in this test match. A guy like Anders Nortje has been from his first ball. He's been at the batsman close to full pace.
This one on middle and off. Carey has pitched up a bit, no issue coming forward and playing a beautiful defensive push to the offside where it's cleaned up at mid-off for no run. 371 for 3 are Australia. Just quickly, Siditsumo says, Ken, this is mostly the case. With CSA, nothing happens, no word on anything. Seems like fans are wasting their time. This one really played on outside off, getting a bottom edge, and just they come through for the single. Travis Head to face one delivery in this Kagiso Rabada over. There is he's gone for 85 runs in his 16.5. Most wickets in 2022, Kagiso Rabada, 9 matches, 46 wickets at an average of 21.
He's had an outstanding year. He's the leading.
As he's past the it's in the air, and there's no one short at point. He did what he had to do. Very similar to the dismissal that got David Warner in the first innings of the first test. Short ball,
Yeah, you never get on the field of there.
With the short leg, I've been able to run across and dive to get that.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it would have been enough time. And the batsman would have been in the way. But good to see Rabada bending his back and getting some keeping bounce there.
Lungi Ngidi. Oof. Oh, I don't think there was bat on that. I think they got him on the shoulder.
No, I think it probably was handle, maybe a bit of glove. It was actually up in there for quite a long time.
Ngidi in again. This one on off stump and played off the back foot by Carey down to the man sweeping at deep backward point, and they come through for the single. Anish Nokia doing his duty as a player, signing things for the kids on the boundary.
I'm sure he captured the imagination today, even though his figures don't really tell you how well he sold. 16 overs, 1 for 50.
Ngidi stretching his hamstring. As we're seeing fans starting to make their way out of the ground.
And umpire Richard Kettlebell is helping to stretch. Don't often see the umpires getting involved like that. Nice touch.
I remember it was during 94, 95, Pat Simcox got the whole crowd down that side, stretching and umming and eyeing with them.
He had a whole chicken thrown at him. Pat Simcox. Down on the ball.
Taking selfies during this break in play. Just showing replays of Steve Smith's excellent 85. He'll be upset that he missed out.
Wasn't the most fluent innings from Steve Smith today. It was a bit of a struggle for him at times, but he was very determined. And was actually starting to look quite good when he did get our first ball after drink. And in very tame fashion, just steering straight to Gully, and it ended a really hair-raising time for South Africa. It was the first hour after tea, when Warner and Smith did 83 runs in 11 overs. Thank goodness. Steve Smith was really was.
I think that Lungi Ngidi is going to come off. He's limping rather badly. Steve Smith was really dejected. Just giving catching practice to Gully. Trying to play Steve Smith was trying to play that uppercut. And it went straight to Gully.
Simon Harmer's taken off his orange training bib, so he's going to be no doubt doing 12th man duty for Lungi Ngidi, who has sold just one ball in his 16th over when he's forced to retire from the field. Sensible, you don't want to exacerbate any leg muscle injury.
Yeah, and if there is a problem, it might be in a debut for Joe Kutsia if he wants to stick with the 5 bowlers, Dean Elgar. Or everyone can get their wish of being 7-4, but then hopefully it's not as hot in Sydney as it is here in Melbourne.
Well, the other possibility is that the Sydney cricket ground is known for being spin bowler friendly. So there is a chance that Simon Harmer could come in as a second spinner, backing up Keshav Maharaj, who, speaking of it, he's going to pick up the rest of Lungi Ngidi's over.
Oh, that would have been the perfect time for Dean Elgar to have a bowl. Give it. As Elgar loops this one on off stump, he's coming over the wicket to the left-hander now. And just pushes it down the ground for no run. This one coming across and turning back in. Not much turn from Keshav Maharaj. Again, a huge stride from head and defended down the ground.
Yeah, I haven't seen Maharaj at his best today. I think he's struggled with his length a bit. So we've just seen a fraction full. And so he's gone at kind of 4 runs and over as well today.
This one from Keshav Maharaj a bit shorter. Head onto the back foot and defends to the offside for no run. And this one is overpitched and swatted down the ground, but well picked up at a deepish made off by Simon Harmer.
Travis Head, much like he did in Brisbane, is away very quickly, 40 or 45 balls at the moment.
Keshav Bora just staying in his line. Travis Head goes for a sweep and sweeps well and gets 4. He's 4 matches this summer. He scored 448 runs at an average of 112.
Yeah, into the top 5 on the RCC World Batting Ranking. Bit of an underrated figure, I think. Travis Head has done a really good job in this Australian middle order.
Definitely, there are guys that are going like very under the radar. I say again, Usman Khawaja, the second highest run scorer this year.
He's resurgent. Was in and out of the Australian Test team for a few years, but has certainly made that one opening berth his own. And has been in fine form the last couple of years.
Australia lead by 188, 377 for 3. Kagiso Rabada to continue. Past the umpire outside off and driven well. And this one will race along the ground to the boundary. Gary playing a fantastic shot, getting on the front foot and just pushing very well through the offside. A fantastic drive.
The good news for South Africa is that this will probably be the last over of what has been a very, very long day for them.
Yep. It was actually a better shot than I described. He was driving on the up, and he managed to keep it down. A fantastic shot again by Carey.
Wonderful weight transfer through the ball there. As you say, it wasn't a simply full delivery.
This one from Kagiso Rabada, full and straight and driven again, straight back to him. Kagiso Rabada gets a foot out and takes the ball. It gets a lot of his foot on it and about bobbles away to a mid on for no run. Carey is now in, face 20 balls. Give, as Steve Waugh says, give me 20 balls and I'm doing all right, mate. This one from Kagiso Rabada on off stump line, coming across him and just defending well into the ground for no run. Three balls to come in this over. 381 for 1. Australia have more than doubled what South Africa have scored now in their first innings. Carey receives a delivery from Kagiso Rabada on his legs, and it is worked away to the leg side for 1 run. Travis Head to face the final 2 balls of this over. Australia 382 for 3.
Just showing how woefully inadequate South Africa's batting was on the first day. I thought 400 was actually a kind of par score, but Australia are going to go well past that.
Well, Australia are going to get par, and so as I was saying to Pindolo earlier on, the horse is bolted. South Africa should be going all out now, just trying to get wickets. So have the field in, and hope the bowlers can do what they need to do. But maybe just hold it, but then again, maybe they should just hold it until the bowlers are a bit fresher tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't want to be leaking too many runs. Those you showed in that first hour off the tee, just how quickly they can really take the game away from you.
And as we say that, Kagiso Rabada strays into the leg side. Travis Head gets tiny inside edge and it runs away for 4. And the umpires are in discussion. Will there be another over? Nope, they're going off. end of the day's play, Australia a 386 for. Are they going off? 6 o'clock.
So it's going to be if the umpire can get to his position at the stumps before the whatever clock they're using to say that, they'll have another over. But it's showing 1800 on the stadium clock, so I imagine that's going to be close to play. Australia really put their foot down in this last final session, scoring 165 runs in 28 overs. That's more than 5.5 runs per over.
Yeah. It was a very good day if you're an Aussie fan, a very, very frustrating day if you're a South African fan. Only 2 wickets coming from this vaunted bowling lineup, from the ball, the others being a run out, and 2 being retired hurt. Yeah, a very disappointing day in the office by South Africa. Everyone struggled. But I see that Pat Cummins was padded up and he was going to come in next. The day obviously highlighted by the 200, the double century by David Warner, and the South Africans toiling.
Yeah, David Warner playing his 100th Test match and really making the most of the milestone with a wonderful double 100. It ends a fairly lean run for him. He hasn't scored a Test century in almost 3 years. All sorts of dramas going on off the field, battles with Cricket Australia, his Test future in doubt. Well, the way he batted today just shows that he's still an absolute top quality batsman, so dangerous. And it's been a very special day for him, certainly. 200 not out of just 254, 200 retired hurt, pardon me, of just 254 balls with 16 fours and 2 sixes.
Yep, South Africa with a lot to do tomorrow. Hopefully everyone will be at fighting fit and rearing to go, but those legs are going to be tired. So one final push tomorrow, maybe South Africa can bat by lunch, and then we will hopefully see some fight from the South African batting lineup, and they can get some batting practice.
I think South Africa will want to delay batting for as long as possible, personally. So Australia presumably have some sort of lead in mind that they'll feel happy to declare at. And so the Proteas' job will be just to try and force Australia to take as long as possible to get to that point.
Yeah, definitely. I think that maybe... Well, South Africa are going to play for the draw. I don't think that they can possibly win from this situation. Unfortunate to say, but yeah, I think they're going to try to play for the draw. Excuse me, and we'll see how that goes tomorrow. Couple of comments. There we go. From Sadiq Sumro. I don't know what is the issue, but mostly KG doesn't show up, and when he does, he looks world class. It can't be due to workload. He's had a month break, and then despite everything, Proteas in driver's seat to score 500 when they bat. Stark still has a problem finger. Green might have a broken finger. Cummings and Lyons can't bowl all the overs. That's true. So as we were saying, Australia might only have 2 bowlers. 3 bowlers, sorry. But then again, those are three fantastic bowlers. We saw South Africa struggled against bowling in the previous test.
Well, okay. We'll speak to you tomorrow, Annie.
Sure. Any final thoughts, Ken?
Yeah, well, it's just been a really difficult day for the Proteas, and it was always set up to be that way after they batted so poorly on the first day and with the weather forecast. And David Warner really determined to make his mark. And, I thought the South African bowlers stuck to their task really well. They were unfortunate in the morning. Could have had a couple more wickets. Unrik Nortje was exceptional. Marco Jansen bowled very well. They just didn't have much luck in that partnership between Warner and Steve Smith of 239 for the third wicket. Really knocked the stuffing out of the Proteas by the end of what was a really, really hot, difficult day for them.
Yeah. Tomorrow it's more of the same. So.
Well, I imagine Australia.
They got it. Yeah.
Travis Head as well set on a running ball 48. Alex Carey, we know, can score very quickly. Pat Cummins can bosh it around as well. So I imagine they'll get themselves in tomorrow, and then the hunt for quick runs will be on, and a declaration at some stage.
Yeah. Okay, kid. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, without our rolling blackout schedules back on. But from Ken, myself, and the whole team, thank you everyone for joining us, and have a great day further. Bye, everyone.